Oh. I was using my editing software and it's still got the clue.
Why does it do that?
I forgot to edit that out.
Oh, right, okay.
I was using my editing software and it's still got.
Oh.
Have a professional launch as always.
Yeah.
But hello everybody and welcome back to another Saturday night movie live stream with me, Pete Playtendoguy, and I'm joined as always with Amy.
Hello.
And tonight our very special guests are Delboy.
Hello. Hello everyone.
And also Jamie.
Hello.
How are we all doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
That's good.
Not bad at all. Thank you very much for asking.
Oh, that's good to hear. So before we get into the comments and questions and all that, what are some of the films that you have watched recently? So Jamie, do you want to go first?
Yesterday, I've been watching all the Alien films. I'm in the process of marathon and ranking them. I've just got one more to go. It's going to be a very, very controversial ranking because all I'll say is Alien and Aliens are in the top nowhere. There's one in the top 5, but yeah, Aliens is like for third place, but yeah. I watched Beetlejuice.
What, the new one?
Where I watched Beetlejuice, and then yesterday I watched Beetlejuice.
So you watched them in a different order then, Jamie?
No, I watched Beetlejuice and then Beetlejuice.
Oh, right.
So what do you think of the new one, Em?
I'm not going to spoil it. I enjoyed it, but I think the first one's better.
Yeah.
It's very like nostalgia-y.
Yeah, we've
I enjoyed it, yeah.
Heard some good things about it from some people. Some people seem to love it, some people hate it. We're probably going to wait until it hits streaming and give it a watch. You're not a big fan, are you?
No, I don't. I'm not looking forward to it really. I don't like the first one. So
No, I don't mind the first one, but
yeah.
I don't think we needed a sequel. But I'm intrigued to see what it's like. Anything else you've been watching, Jamie?
I think that's it.
You haven't been watching the new Spider-Mans in the cinemas because they've been repeating them?
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. I watched Homecoming today.
Nice.
And then next week it's Far From Home and No Way Home. But I didn't watch Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2 because I'm not a big fan of them and I don't think they're really held up now.
Awesome. So what did you think of Home?
Think of what?
Did you enjoy Homecoming? Did you enjoy Homecoming? I think I'm cutting out because the internet's not great.
Yeah, as people know, I used to hate Homecoming, and it was like, and I just couldn't get into it. It was like what the worst Spider-Man film, the worst man. I just could not get into it. And then 2020, when lockdown was on, I did an MCU marathon for like the 1-year anniversary of Endgame. I did a rewatch of the Infinity Saga, and I was like, I'm not going to enjoy this. And believe it or not, I actually really appreciated Homecoming so much more. And I really love it now. It's really grown on me.
Oh, that's brilliant too. You like Homecoming?
Is that the first one?
The first one, yeah.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Yeah, I'm not huge in it. That's one of my least favourite one. I wasn't a big fan of Spider-Man Home Alone. Homecoming.
Oh, but you got it wrong. But like, you don't like Michael Keaton in it.
I like Michael Keaton. I like Zendaya, and I just don't like
Yeah.
Tom Holland. I just never was huge on him in that
But
film.
you like him now, so
Why he's,
don't you think he'd...
why he's my least favourite Spider-Man.
Wow.
I like him more where Far From Home ends. Like the prospect of what Far From Home brings,
Yeah.
or No Way Home brings.
You didn't like him in Endgame and Infinity War? And also Infinity War.
Well, I liked him in Infinity War where he died.
Oh, really? You're in a fan
That's
then?
not very nice. I liked it when he died. It's all right.
Oh, well, he said, Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. I've got the...
Yeah.
Yeah, I celebrated.
Whatever they're called.
I don't know, vuvuzelas.
Yeah, that's what they're called. You got your boobies out, right? Is that
Yeah.
what you meant?
Yeah,
Oh,
party,
right. I
party.
thought you meant the little...
Yeah, them party things as
That's
well.
not a vuvuzela. Okay.
Well, yeah, there's similar things, but yeah, when he got killed off, I was like, yeah, that's good. But what about you? What about you, Delboy? What's your thoughts on Spider-Man: Homecoming?
Ooh. Now, the thing about Homecoming was I sort of disliked it like you, Pete, at the beginning. Tom Holland was a hard sort of like sell to me to be Peter Parker, if you see what I mean. But what you have to understand about that film is that what they wanted was a young character to sort of like grow older. And he just seemed to come across as so young and naive and wooden. You know what I mean? He wasn't a good Peter Parker, and I didn't think of him as being a very good Spider-Man either. It was sort of like, I hope he gets better soon, because to be quite honest, you haven't done a very good start. But the good news is that if you do watch the films as free films, that does happen. You know, he makes a better Spider-Man and he makes a better Peter Parker. But the thing about the other interpretations of Spider-Man, Andrew Garfield, I thought, played a brilliant Spider-Man and a terrible Peter Parker. And Tobey Maguire made a brilliant Peter Parker and a terrible Spider-Man. There was... Some people will turn around and go, "Oh, hold back a minute," but that's I'm a person that sort of like has been a Spider-Man collector since I was 5, and I'm in my 50s. So you know, I've got all the comics and the omnibuses, and I've watched the 1977 TV show and the 60s, you know, cartoons. So I sort of like have watched many different interpretations. That was my take on it. The Tobey Maguire as a trilogy is still the best trilogy, even when you consider the Homecoming and the, you know, Far From Home and No Way Home and all of that. It's still the better trilogy. It's just Spider-Man is very mixed. I don't think Jamie will agree, but I think Batman is mixed. If you look at them as a whole, you know, there are bad Batman films. They just don't sink so low that you go, I'm not a fan anymore. Do you know what I mean? If you're a fan, you never go, oh bloody hell, they ruined that for me, that's it, sod this, I'm off and I'm never going to watch this crap again. So that's I won't you know, plug up the airways. I'll just turn around and say that Tom Holland has grown on me, but it was a bloody hard sell at the beginning. That's all I can say.
He has grown on me, to be fair, but he's no Tobey Maguire.
Yeah.
Because most people think that Andrew Garfield was a better Peter Parker and not a good Spider-Man.
Yeah, I've heard that rhetoric.
Yeah, that rhetoric.
Yeah, and I think of it the other way.
I remember
I get where you're coming from. I'm just one of those ones that's slightly opposite. When I read the comics, he wasn't a skateboarder. He didn't have, you know, there was none of this mannerisms where he was doing stuff with his web and he was going, you know, I mean, he was a science nerd. He was that sort of thing. But as Spider-Man, he's quick-whipped. You know, and he says, "Oh no, small knives! What are you going to do? I'm Spider-Man. It's going to kill me." You know, and he was from that point of view, that's Spider-Man, because he is just a joker in every fight. So that's why I thought he made a better Spider-Man. I mean, Tobey Maguire did his jokes, in Spider-Man, like he was in that cage, wasn't he, with Bonesaw? He says, did your boyfriend make that? And all of that sort of stuff. I mean, there was comedy elements. It's just that I thought Spider-Man seems to be sort of like dangly in weird angles and all of this sort of stuff. Andrew Garfield's a bit taller, seemed to gel a bit more for me as Spider-Man. But like I say, some people will turn around and say he was a better Peter Parker. I'm not down with that.
Yeah, Delboy's a comic book expert, isn't he? He's our resident
comic
book fan.
I think.
What about the cartoon, 90s cartoon, Peter Parker and Spider-Man? Where would he rank?
Oh, he's pretty good, isn't he?
Yeah, I quite like him. He's the one I grew up on.
Same here. I used to watch that as well. But I think all the Peter Parkers and all the Spider-Man have been pretty good. All the actors they've got have been good. They haven't been a really terrible one. They've just had pros and cons all around.
Yeah.
Even the voice acting in the computer games are quite good. I mean, they actually do. It's not like they come across so wooden that, oh my God, I could have read that and done that. It sounded better than that guy. What's all that about? The 90s Spider-Man, 5 seasons. I mean, I was very disappointed when X-Men came back that they're not considering Spider-Man at the moment. But then again, you have to understand that Sony still owns certain rights. I don't know quite how long Sony are going to keep hold of this license. I mean, they keep coming out with failure after failure with these fringe Cravens and Madam Webs and shit, Morbius and that sort of stuff, that it's only a matter of time that they'll go too far into the red and then Marvel won't be able to pull them out, with a good Spider-Man film. That they'll just die a death. Personally, I wish Marvel would just to give them an offer and say, look, although we really do like merchandise, although we really do like games, we'll give you that if you give us the character back, so that we have full control now and every villain back over to us. You concentrate on the games, and we'll have that back. How's that as a recontract? Because I do know that Sony want Spider-Man's IP. They couldn't afford to lose it. When it comes to games, it just sells too much.
Yeah, it's a big money spinner for them. Have you seen Madam Web? What's your thoughts on it? Because we're quite morbidly intrigued. Yeah, we're morbidly curious about it.
Madam Web. What can I say about it? It's poor. Piss poor. Madam Web. I mean, Amy will know this when you watch the 90s cartoon. Madam Web is an old lady in an artificial, sort of like a machine that's keeping her alive. She's blind, and has and she can see into the future about things that are going to be going on, and sort of helps Spidey by telling him little sort of like cryptic clues to things. This one sort of, without going too far down into spoilers, shows the young Madam Web before she's in the life support system. You do get to see what happens to her in regards to her health at the end of the film. Have you seen it, by the way?
No, we haven't seen it.
So you do get to see how she got into the state that you've seen her in the films, where she's in and out, and all of that sort of stuff. It was just a bit too much because they introduced 2 or 3 other spider characters. You've got the Carpenter Spider Woman. You've got, what else was there? And you got excited at the end because you saw them in their costumes. But before all of that, it's a mess of a film.
I've heard that the villain they dub over his voice or something.
Yeah, they do.
Do you want my opinion on it?
Yeah.
Go on then, Jamie.
So basically, when Madam Web first came out, all I kept hearing online, it's shit, it's shit, it's shit, it's shit, it's... That's all I was hearing, just constantly, it's shit, it's shit. And I thought to myself, and I wanted to watch it because I was like, yeah. And I personally don't think it's as bad as people make it. It's not a perfect film, mind. It's not amazing. I enjoyed it, but I just think there's another word you can use besides shit. Oh, I didn't like it. I wasn't a fan. But I enjoyed it. It's not like a masterpiece or out like that, but I had fun with it. But I just think everyone was just constantly saying it's shit, and I was like, you could have summed it up better by saying shit.
Yeah, I mean, I said piss poor.
Yeah, that's fine, like piss poor or not very good, rubbish. But I'm told there's just other words you can use instead of shit.
Yeah, it depends. You go into a film like this one, Pete, with an open mind. And you can watch it as a pure popcorn bubblegum film without knowing any history and enjoy it. Trouble is, people that follow Spider-Man a lot, people that have been watching the Marvel films, they're hypercritical anyway. They want to knock a film before it's even out. That's the first thing. I like to go into a film open-minded. When it comes to the Spider-Man universe, though, I know so much history that I look at this and I go, "Oh, you're playing with fire here. You really are going down a road that you don't want to go down because the fans are just going to just kill you now because you're changing law, you're changing history." You know, somebody else asked me what my actual thoughts of it was, and I said, well, it's a better film than Marvel's, but that ain't saying much.
Yeah.
And somebody else turned around and said, would you ever buy the film? I said, well, I bought it. I mean, it goes with my Marvel collection. I wouldn't want a gap there just because of what other people have said. Nobody goes in to make a film to make a dud. They all go in with the best of intentions.
Oh, yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, if you just go in without knowing the lore and the history, you might find some fun in this. There's some really, really good, poignant bits at the beginning of the film where there's a big accident. I don't want to ruin it for you. There's a big accident. And she's a paramedic. She's trying to help. But the trouble is, she's seeing images at the same time as trying to see same as reality. So she doesn't know what's going on in her head because this has never happened before. And therefore, when something actually does happen, it freaks her out. You know, it's like, oh, bloody hell, I could have warned him. It's the same sort of dilemma that Spider-Man would have in the first film, where he could have stopped a robber, but in the end he didn't, and that killed his Uncle Ben. That's the dilemma, right? Same sort of thing, only not that close a relationship. It's a person who's his boss. So that's without telling you too much. So it's just a poor film. It's just a poor film because they've mucked around with the lore and they haven't done it very well to pull it off.
Yeah. Well, I think I've seen something that's probably arguably worse than Madam Web. Have you watched anything recently, Delboy, before I get into the film I watched?
Well, I as you know, this week has been a bit of a bust for me. I did watch Beetlejuice on TV because it was on Channel 5 at 5 o'clock this afternoon while I was writing my blog out. But I watched a film called Pet or Pets. Have you ever seen that film? It's a couple of years old. It's about a bloke who meets his old girlfriend or an old woman, an old girl from when he was in school days. Really wants to get to know her again. He works in a veterinary, You know, where
is it him in? Is it him who's in Lost and Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, I think so. He starts stalking her because he wants to really get to know her.
A bit of it. I haven't watched the film, but he's in Lost, isn't he? He's Charlie in Lost. He's the drug addict in Lost.
And the funny thing is, he wants to get to know her so well, he cages her in the veterinary thing underneath the vets. It's sort of like a psychological film. It's one of those weird ones. I wouldn't say it's brilliant, but I watched it all the way through without going, I want to stop now. It's awful. I watched it to the end and went, it was all right. and probably in 3 months' time, I'll be turning around and saying, "Well, load of crap," right? But it's just while I was watching it, I was having a good time. It was like, "Oh, what's going to happen next?" You know what I mean? It was a bit like that. But it's as a psychological film. There's so many better psychological films out there.
Isn't it available on 88 Films, if I'm not mistaken?
It possibly is. And like I said, it is a couple of years old. It was on Legend TV or something the other night when I was. See what I mean? I'm trying to get caught up. Like I watched on terrestrial TV as well an old film from 1969 called Moon 02, a very, very old science fiction film from 1969. But I have been watching a couple of Spider-Man films in my 4K collection because I couldn't go to the cinema when I was in the hospital. So I did watch the Amazing Spider-Man 2 on 4K, and I did watch Homecoming on Thursday because those were the two that I'm pretty much missed. But I'll try and go back to the cinema to see the next two, and they weren't too bad anyway. They were getting better anyway, the Tom Holland films, the second and the third one, even though I think they screwed up Mysterio as well. But you know, that's just personally me. Too much emphasis on car number plates that everybody's trying to match up with issue numbers and all of this in the comics and all that sort of stuff. Too much of that crap going on, you know. But the third film, you know, I don't think many people will turn around and say that no, you know, that the last third film was bad. I mean, that's an incredible film, really, to get all of those people together for that film. That alone is a job, you know. What I mean? So
very special film that one is, I think.
Yeah.
Good.
And I believe that the director is not going to come back now because he says that how can you top that? I'd never be able to top that film.
That's true.
Why bother? Give it to somebody else. So the next one's not going to have him in it.
And he's doing the new Star Wars series anyway, Skeleton Crew.
Yeah, I heard that.
That's a bit of a donut trilogy, I think. Spider-Man.
Well, it starts awful, gets good,
no,
gets
that's
better.
not a donut. That's don't you remember our classifications?
Yeah,
yeah. I'm not a huge fan of the second one. I think the Mysterio storyline did kind of.
Mysterio was the worst thing about it. But
yeah.
After someone who took ages to watch it because I wasn't keen on Homecoming, I went into it and was like, "Oh, it's really good."
Yeah,
the thing is with Mysterio, the thing is, there were probably loads of people, hundreds, millions of people who was like, who knew who Mysterio is and was like, yeah, he's gonna be Quentin Beck and then he'll do this. I didn't see the Mysterio thing coming because I didn't know what he did really. But there'd be loads of people who'd be like, yes, that'd happen. He's gonna, you know what I mean? But I personally didn't see that coming.
But the thing I didn't like about it, though, Jamie, was that Quentin Beck has never been Tony Stark's employee or, you know, through it. It seemed very much in the early days of this Tom Holland that he's under Tony Stark's shadow all the way through the first two films. And to be quite honest, Quentin Beck is a sort of like special effects stuntman.
He's all
right?
religion.
What's this? I've invented some tech and you've belittled this tech, so I'm now your number one enemy, and all of this sort of stuff. That to me was a load of nonsense. Yeah, you know what I mean. Mysterio is a master of illusion. He's a you know, and that comes across, but to have that sort of chip on your shoulder just because you don't like Tony Stark, that's the wrong angle to bring Mysterio in, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Wow. What have you watched, Amy?
Yeah. So I had the opportunity to enjoy Borderlands.
Yeah.
So I sat there and played Vampire Survivors while you watched it.
Yeah, I could have had a nice night playing Astro Bot, but I thought, nah, I've got the chance of watching Borderlands and I really wanted to watch it because I like the games. And I thought, it's going to be bad. And it's probably one of the worst things I've ever seen. It's awful. It's atrocious. It is.
It's a general consensus.
Because the thing is with me, when nearly 90% of people, of nearly everyone, says a film's bad, my mind's like, I want to watch it, and it won't be nowhere near as bad as people are making it out.
It seems to play every single stereotype possible. You got a guy just going.
Yeah, the cliche lines in it and stuff like that.
It is like we're about 10 minutes in, and this guy was going like this. I was like, I'm out. You got Kate Blanchett. She's pretty good in it, but she is probably a wee bit old for the character she's playing.
She looks young. I think she looks pretty good. Like, it's weird.
She did look good, definitely.
Yeah.
But they had Jamie Lee Curtis as a character called Tanis, and her character is supposed to be young, like in her 20s or 30s, and she was just there. They had Kevin Bloody Hart as Roland, and then they had Claptrap, played by Jack Black.
You got to make your admission, haven't you?
Well, yeah. I was thinking Jack Black was going to be brilliant as Claptrap. He was probably the worst thing in it, and I'm a big fan of Claptrap. They could have just used the video game voice actor, and it had been fine. The best thing about it was Kevin Hart. I cannot stand the guy, but he was actually all right in it. The film is so cheaply made, yet costs so much. The story is nonsensical. It treats people like they're fools. It spoon feeds you all the time. And that's just as a movie on its own. And for a fan of the games, bar the characters' names, it doesn't resemble nothing to the games. It's a PG-13 film of an 18-plus game. Apparently, the original cut of the film was a full R-rated, really bloody and gory. But Lionsgate said, "Nah, let's make it for kids."
Yeah, probably to recoup their money back, Pete. Really, if you put it too much, then of course you're going to get less bums on the seat for the younger audience. Aren't you?
But apparently, they reshot it twice. That's why the movie cost so much. They made it once and then had to go back again and reshoot it. And
then there would have been all the marketing money. Yeah.
Oh, they apparently didn't even market it. It was only like Madam Web, one trailer.
Yeah. Didn't they have to spend an awful lot of money though selling it in Japan and China though?
I don't know. I don't think it's released.
That's
in
usually
China
where the money goes.
Japan.
The money usually goes on the advertising slots and the airfare and trying to flog it over into Eastern countries where a lot of the money goes, because you don't really need to reach much advertising in the West.
But there's something strange about things now. They spend so much money on them, and you wonder where the budget's gone.
It's like The Acolyte. 180 million. Where'd that go for 20 minutes of Star Wars, where there's hardly any actual lightsaber special effects action, and more
long? You got half an hour in before mentioning The Acolyte.
And more wooden acting than a bloody rainforest.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they didn't even have to spend the money on actors, really, did they?
Well, no, all the actors were pretty bad. I mean, I feel sorry for Squid Game guy.
Yeah.
He was really good, and the story really treated him bad.
Yeah.
Then you had Quagmire. He wasn't too bad.
Quagmire, yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
disguise, isn't it?
It is another game to film thing, but I think that the worst thing that they can ever do with these films is not make a story that works. If you haven't got a script and you haven't got a story that makes it you know, where you can actually follow it, and then you've got no chance. You can have 15, 20 AAA plus actors in it, but you'll be giving them a script that's, you might as well say it's a Rugrats film or something. You know, I mean, you've got to have something there. So when I was listening to you and you said, well, Jamie Lee Curtis, she's in it and she would have been a young character in it, that doesn't really bother me too much, as long as I can go past that point and she actually acts just like that character and actually didn't do too bad a job. I don't mind someone too young for an oldish part or too old for a youngish part. It's whether they've given them any lines that basically destroy what that character is. I mean, I've played Borderlands. I mean, it was that sort of like thick lined 3D graphics that I really
shaded.
Cell shading, yeah, that I actually like Jet Set Radio, you know, which was the first cell shade, one of the first cell shaded games. But it never really had much of a story in it, really. Anyway,
no. You know,
when somebody then says, "I've got this great idea, I want to make this film," you've got to turn around and say, "Right, do you know the characters enough to make a gellable film to make it work?" You know what I mean? That's all I can say about it, really. I mean, I saw today the trailer to Minecraft. Oh my god,
it's awful.
It looked bloody awful. You've got these proper. We just look like people with all cubes and everything around them, and I'm thinking to myself, "What's this?" And then Jack Black suddenly turns up and says, "I'm Steve." Or
and Jason Momoa looks like Prince Adam from He-Man.
Yeah. And I was just thinking, look, you can have as many vistas looking wonderful, because I can make a vista look wonderful playing the bloody game, right? When I look at myself, I'm a blocky piece of shit that goes around the. I don't see me, you know, with my shirt and trousers on, wandering around some Lego set. You know what I mean? So I just really don't know what to make of that. What I'm going to be making of Minecraft. I mean, it looks to me like another Borderlands at the moment.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't a very good teaser trailer, but the Sonic trailer, now that looks awesome.
Yeah.
Cannot wait for that.
Yeah, even I thought that was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were very excited when you watched that.
Hey, Amy, you were playing Vampire Survivors. Hang on a minute. Now, look, I've got to step back to this, because I had to come back and say, how long you been playing that? You a big fan of that? I've got that game. I play it like mad. I
yeah,
everything.
I'm a huge fan of it. Like, I went through a phase where I was like learning all the different passive and active weapon combinations and things like that. I've just gone to start I didn't play it for a long time, but then it came out on PS5, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
So I've been playing it on my PC, which is basically the overpowered one, where basically you can't really lose. I've got all of the power-ups and then I've got it on my phone. You've got it on your Switch, and you've got it on PS5.
Yeah.
So we've been playing it on PS5 from the start again, which is quite fun actually. I think it'd be a good option if you could actually restart the game and play it through from the start.
Yeah.
I played one adventure mode, and I played I'm trying to go through the Among Us stuff, and then I'm going to go through the Contra stuff. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of it.
It's a really good game, isn't it?
And that's kind of why we were late, because I was playing it.
Yeah.
And I couldn't stop because I was trying to.
People used to know me on my channel as being the person who kept reporting on another Vampire Survivors clone, because I was telling everybody, "Oh, have you played this one? This one's called Just Before Dawn or something, right? And it's just like Vampire Survivors, only, you know, you've got to get there towards dawn. You fire, and this time you aim. Where in Vampire Survivors, it's randomly." And I used to do all of this, and people used to say, "Is that all you do? Is play Vampire Survivors?" But yeah, I mean, They are good. It's one of those things where you just start off going round in circles.
Yeah.
You call it kiting. They call it kiting, right?
Is it?
And then all of a sudden, with all the holy water puddles that are appearing and everything, no bugger can actually get to you. And all of a sudden, there's about 6 billion trying to come in, and you just kill them all. You know, it's getting to that point. That's the whole thing. It's like, oh right, I've done that now, and then another map appears, and you go, oh all right, I'll do that map now.
Yeah, because you have so many combinations, and sometimes you just think, oh, I'll try these 2 ones, and it all just looks like a mess flashing on the screen, but you still want to do it anyway. I don't know why. But it's
every weapon has a secondary weapon, so basically, you know, you put holy water and something else together, and you've got super holy water or something, and it just sort of
holy water with the attract orb.
That's it, the attract orb. That's right.
Yeah,
I haven't played it for a while, but I mean, I downloaded all the DLCs, you know, because they're very cheap, £1.70 or something.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's the price of a coffee. The game is, and with the DLC, it's probably about £7-8, and there's more content and more fun to be had in that than most AAA games like Star Wars Outlaws, which looks
because
really
you'll put in more hours, and then it turns out that you spent 1p for each 100 hours you played on it, you know, and you just go, bloody hell.
You put well over 100 hours in, haven't you?
I thought I put like 300 hours.
Maybe.
In, but I don't know. Last time I looked, I think it was a.
You put a lot of hours into it.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out a thing earlier, and then it just came to me. So I've got it in my head of how to do it, but I really want to do it now. I might do it after the stream. But what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else. It's gone now. I'm sorry.
Anyway, I don't want to take any more time away from Jamie. Jamie, do you play any video games? Is there anything that you've been playing recently that you?
I do have a PS4 and an Xbox One, but I don't have the newer Xbox One. I don't have the mini fridge. But what I just use my Xbox One for at the moment is a 4K player.
That's a good idea.
It's just a very expensive 4K player, but the PS4, I do game, but I'm more into films, but I do game every now and then, yeah.
Yeah, we ought to move on to films, haven't we?
Yeah.
Talking about games a bit.
We have been talking about
Astrobot, you got to play Astrobot, that's what I've got to say.
It is brilliant. Did you pick up Concord and get your refund?
No.
Oh, that has to be the biggest flop I've ever seen. They've gone from Concord being a disaster to something incredible like Astrobot.
I got that for $45.99.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah,
not too bad at all. I got.
That's the reason. It was you that mentioned it on my side. You know, my channel. You said, "Oh, are you going to get it?" And I said, "Oh, I'm a big fan of the free game that came on the PS5. There was a game before that I knew of, but never played it. And then when you said, "Oh, in a couple of weeks it's coming out," I went, "Oh, all right." And then I pre-ordered it. And then another channel came out and said, "Actually, we're going to have it £10 cheaper than Amazon." And I went there, and I got it same a little bit later yesterday. It turned up actually about 4 PM, you know. But it was £10 cheaper, so
it's well worth it. Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Great stuff.
The amount of people that were going reviewing it, like we've been playing this for the last week, and this is what we think of it. People are giving it this, that, and the other. I'm going, my copy doesn't arrive till tomorrow, and I don't want to watch you. So I turned them all off and went, no, I don't want to know.
I remember there was a post on PlayStation Facebook page, and I said, this is going to be one of the highest rated, if not the highest rated games of the year. And people kept saying, you're talking a load of rubbish. And then the reviews drop, it's the highest rated game of the year on Metacritic.
Yeah. You said it was the best game.
Maybe if we've got time at the end, we can debate why we think that is.
Yeah.
But for now, I think we ought to start talking about some films before we piss everybody else off.
What?
Best video game adaptations to film?
Best video game adaptations on films?
Yeah.
What would yours be?
Mine would be the new Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, that's actually really good. I do quite like that one.
Yeah, I like that film.
That's really good.
I haven't seen that many, though.
No. What about you, Jamie? What's your favourite video game movie?
So obviously, in the past, lately I did a video game section because I'm trying to sort my films out in genres. So obviously, I've put the video films that are based on video games in a genre, so you can probably see.
Wow, very nice.
I can't read them though, unless you.
Yeah,
I see
but
Mario
you get
Brothers.
the idea. But I think one of the best video game adaptations we've had. Obviously, I love the Sonic films. I love the Resident Evil films. Tomb Raider, Tron Legacy, Ready Player One. Even like Uncharted, and even like FNAF as well.
Five Nights at Freddy.
Oh yeah.
That wasn't too bad. That was all right.
You were terrified of that game.
I'm terrified of the game. Yeah, I can't sit and play it.
I love FNAF.
You kept scaring me because you were screaming.
I love FNAF.
Well, you're a braver person than me, Jamie. I couldn't do it. I'm on edge all the time. I sit and play Resident Evil, but Five Nights at Freddy, I cower.
Well, the thing is, the Resident Evil games will be more scarier than FNAF.
Yeah, that's true.
Remember when you were scared of them books in Castlevania?
Oh yeah, the books. They were terrifying. In Sympathy of the Night.
Yes, Symphony of the Night.
Symphony, not Sympathy for the
No,
Night.
I don't think so, no. They're just these giant books with little pixelated skulls coming out. That's terrifying.
Yeah, they give me the weebie-jeebies.
Yeah, now we're on the video game adaptations. I even love Last of Us, the series.
Oh, that is an incredible TV series. That is superb. Cannot wait for the next season next year.
Because when I watched the Last of Us series, when I started like episode 1, and I was like, oh god, I'm not feeling it. And then as soon as one of them, it was like the episode 1 anyhow. It was when when they're in the house and someone starts to turn.
Yeah.
It was the next door neighbour or something happened. And I think kind of from there, I was instantly hooked.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it takes a little while to get into that episode because it's an hour and a half. But once things start to turn, then it gets good.
Quite a lot of people have said this, but the best episode in the whole series is, the one with the 2 gays. That was like the best episode. Loads of people have said it as well. It was like
Jamie,
the perfect episode.
Jamie, how would you describe that episode again, please? The episode what?
The 2 gays. I just didn't know how to describe it, but you know what I mean.
We know what you mean, don't we?
Yeah, you haven't offended anybody at all there, Jamie. No.
Oh, sorry. That's a bit low now.
I've heard that episode be called loads of things, but not the episodes with the 2 gays.
Yeah, but
I didn't know what to say about the episode though.
I loved it. Loved it. It was hilarious.
I loved that episode.
Nobody's going to say it. Nobody's going to say a thing, Jamie, for God's sake.
Oh, yeah. But I thought it was very well directed as well.
That was brilliant.
Really well
I think when it comes to video games,
about you, Delboy, for video game movies?
I mean, I don't think we can go past Tron for me, because I come from that 1980s period, and Disney knocked it out the park when it came to those visuals. And I actually then saw the game in the arcades, and I thought this is pretty good. You could even go back and say that War Games is Risk.
Yeah.
Right? And say loosely that's a video game movie as well. because it's all based on those computers talking to each other and a map of the world, nuclear missiles, nuclear warfare. I always look at these later when people start talking about Resident Evil and all of that. Well, they had a narrative anyway. They're very easy to turn into movies because they had a story to them. Tron didn't have a story. It was, that purposely was a story tacked on, to make it join up. I mean, that's like The Last Starfighter, which I purposely haven't mentioned till now because that was supposed to have a video game, came out at the same time, but they never actually made it. You can play that game now on your PC. They developed it to a point and then never created it. But what I'm trying to say is that when the film was being made by Disney, it wasn't being made in conjunction with Atari making an arcade machine. It just happened. Somebody saw it and went, "Oh, I think I'll do a film on that." So, so I won't mention The Last of Us and all of that. They all had narratives. Resident Evil had a narrative. Silent Hill had a narrative. And all the earlier films. I mean, what can we say about Mario Brothers that we haven't already said?
I haven't watched that.
Well, it's enjoyable hokum nonsense, Jamie, if you want to look at it from that point of view. But if you ever...
Is it like 20 years old or something?
More than that.
It's 30-odd years old. It is...
I haven't watched it, but I need to.
It's an experience, let's just say.
Yeah. I don't ever in my mind think of Bob Hoskins as an Italian plumber.
No.
You know what I mean? That sort of thing.
His interviews on the film are very funny.
Yeah, they are. Because it's one of those things where at least he can say something positive for Who Framed Roger Rabbit. But what can you say positive about me dressing up in red dungarees and going around Comp Coopers and things like that? When you've been in films like The Long Good Friday.
The thing is, with that film, it's like Blade Runner, isn't it, partway through?
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying that with the less said about Mario Brothers, the better.
Well, for me, there's quite a few ones. I do like the recent Alicia Vikander Tomb Raider. I think that's pretty underrated. Silent Hill's pretty damn good. I like Street Fighter. I like Mortal Kombat. All those 90s fighter movies. Even Double Dragon was quite entertaining. It's bad, but
the Street Fighter with Kylie Minogue. You like that?
Oh yeah, it's fun.
Oh, fair enough. I'm just going right. Okay.
It's not a good film, but it's an entertaining one. If you're in the right frame of mind, then you can have a good time with it. It's definitely nice to see Raul Julia in it. He did it for a really good reason as well. Yeah. But probably the best recent one is the Sonic films. I think whilst they do their own thing, They don't take the Sonic story, whatever the Sonic story is. They've kind of built their own one for it.
The Mario Brothers film, though, was pretty good.
Yes, it was. It was a sugar rush of a film. It was very short and beautifully animated, and it's no wonder that it did so well. I'm looking forward to this Zelda one.
But proper heavy on the fan service.
Well, I think it had to be because it was very kid orientated. So for the older fans, they had to put the nostalgia in it.
Yeah, it was proper heavy on all that.
And I'll tell you what is a bit of an underrated one: the Angry Birds films. They're quite fun. I quite like both of them. They're not too bad. I remember watching the first one, and it even references The Shining out of nowhere.
They haven't done a Flappy Birds film yet, have they? Bloody hell. Otherwise, I am leaving the country and not watching. Shit.
But we have nattered on for about 50 minutes, and we've got well over 50 comments.
Yeah, so sorry. It's my fault.
We're sorry, everybody, having a good old night.
I think. You need
No.
to stop me from derailing the.
Oh, no. It's fun to have a nice chat,
Just
isn't
because
it?
I haven't watched a film this week, I want to talk about anything but films.
Well, the whole point of these streams is to have a nice discussion
Yeah,
about
that's
films,
true,
which is
yeah.
what we've done. So before
Yeah.
we get into the comments, do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home, Delboy?
Oh, well, thank you very much, Pete. Yeah, I'm Delboy. I've got a little channel called Delboy 3K1's Retro Zone. I'm sort of like a bit of a fossil. I'm heavy on nostalgia. I do a big blog every Sunday, but then I like to do film capsule reviews, some gameplay videos, history around about my arcade years and playing on computers from the 80s and talking about how games have moved on and whether I think that that's a good thing or a bad thing and all of that sort of stuff. I like to bring everything all together. And then I do a few live things, little chats. I like to have people on to get different opinions on things. So please, if you ever really, really can't get to sleep, come over to my channel and I'll definitely get you to sleep. There you go. How's that?
And
When you were on Delboy's stream and I was trying to sleep.
oh yeah, yeah.
It's quite nice.
See, it works. It works.
I could only hear Pete's part though. I couldn't hear.
Yeah, because I had the headphones on, but you said, "Oh, it's a shame you were in the living room."
Yeah,
That was quite nice.
No, I thought, oh, I'd need to stay, but no.
And what about you, Jamie? What about your channel?
My channel, it's the Batman Talk Movies. I hadn't done a video for a few months actually. I need to do one.
Yeah. Awesome. And what about your channel?
Well, I've got a Twitch channel.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to come along and look at nothing, then they're quite welcome to. Sometimes I play Minesweeper.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And Vampire Survivors.
And I don't know if I played that one
You
though. I
might.
should though.
You should do, yeah.
Yeah, I will do.
Well, everybody's links in the description down below, so go and give them all a subscription because they've all got wonderful channels. So thank you to everybody watching at home. We've got 19 people watching, so I really do appreciate it. And if you got a comment or question, pop it all in the comment section down below and we'll get back to you. We've got a lot of comments to get through, but we've got all night.
I'll keep my answers down to, if I can, below a minute or two.
So first up, we've got StreamYard saying live viewer comment. Well, moving straight on. We've got Minhaju saying evening Pete, Amy, Delboy and Jamie. And as Jamie would say, this stream will be a masterpiece.
Masterpiece.
Minhaju?
Just getting on the subject of masterpiece, just quickly, as people know, I say masterpiece a lot. This is going to shock people, but we have not had one masterpiece this year.
Wow.
Do they say jigsaw piece?
No.
No,
We've
right.
not had one masterpiece this year, and I don't think I've even called the film amazing this year. Well, it's just not been a very good year. I think the only film that I'm proper confident it'll deliver a masterpiece is Joker 2. I think that could be the only masterpiece we get this year.
Really?
You know what I think might be a masterpiece? Mustafa.
I think you're being sarcastic, Pete.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
oh dear.
So you haven't liked the Apes films, Jamie? You haven't liked The Quiet Place 2? You haven't liked any of these?
My most anticipated film of the year is Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, because in the previous trilogy, I think the 3 masterpieces, and I was really looking forward to this. I enjoyed it, but I wouldn't call it a masterpiece or anything.
What about Furiosa?
No, I didn't
Which is a
like
great
it.
film.
I think Furiosa is the word Mad Max film.
Really?
Yeah.
What about Beyond Thunderdome?
That's what I would consider. That's what I would consider the word.
To anyone, but I feel like Furiosa was hyped up. Obviously, all I'll say is Furiosa makes Mad Max Fury Road a masterpiece.
Yeah,
But then, Jamie, why can't you go back and take that, what people were saying, out of it, and then watch it again? Because You've just turned around and said it was overhyped. Well, forget the overhyped bit, go in blank and watch it again, because you said that's what you need to do to watch a film.
It's like Alien Romulus. I feel like that was hyped up. And while I was watching Alien Romulus, I was like, what's the hype? It's not living up to the hype.
Yeah, but don't you think, though, that Alien, though, the difficulty that you'll have is any film that uses the word alien in its title that fits into this world is instantly overhyped because it's such a big IP for the film studio. So it's not the fact that it was overhyped by the studio, it's overhyped by the fans before it even gets told. That means that every film that's ever going to come out with that thing is going to be the same, and you're going to come out then thinking the same thing every time. You've got to forget that world and go, I'm watching it for what it is.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going to be disappointed for the rest. You're going to be disappointed for the rest of your life because a film's hype sometimes comes from the fans. That's it, just by the very title of it.
And
I think another thing is like Fury Road was so high, so whatever came next was always going to be hard to match it, and everybody always compares to the previous film, no matter what. And it did something different.
If you say that Furiosa is the worst Mad Max movie, it doesn't make it a bad movie.
Oh no!
If you think Thunderdome is a good movie, which I don't.
No.
But like, I think in the list.
Yeah, I would agree as well.
Yeah,
I would agree. It's a great film, but the other.
I think I probably enjoyed it about as much as the Apes movie. Yeah, I don't know if I don't think there've been many masterpieces this year.
Late Night with the Devil.
Late Night with the Devil, but still, I wouldn't say it was a masterpiece.
Dune Part 2 was very good as well.
Yeah.
I think them two are probably the closest.
And Trap.
Trap was great, wasn't it?
I was looking forward to Trap, and remember when you saw the first trailer, you said that looks rubbish, and I was sitting there like, what do you mean? I didn't say anything.
But the next trailer looked good.
The same trailer.
The thing is with Trap, I'm not spoiling anything, but I really wish that I'd gone into Trap without watching the trailer.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a good way of what.
The thing is with Trap, it's got plot holes. I'm not going to say it, but there's plot holes.
I think it's just a film you just got to go with the flow with it.
Yeah, when the plot holes start coming thick and fast, you actually think, okay, this is what it's going to be. It's not like, it's not a ruinous plot hole.
Yeah. No.
It's just it's just one of those things. It's I don't know, what would you say? Pulpy kind of,
It is.
Fun type.
And it's amazing how many people really enjoyed it in the cinema.
Yeah.
They were cheering, and the post-credit scenes, a lot of people liked.
What? What?
Didn't you know there was a post-credit scene?
No one said.
Lose, you lose.
Yeah, the whole thing made sense when you watched that.
Yeah. Yeah, but a lot of people cheered at that, didn't they?
Yeah. Because of all the nudity.
Oh, yeah. It certainly earns its R rating in that 10-second sequence. Just need a magnifying glass.
Oh, Pete.
We got Pete saying no.
Pete, wishing Delboy.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Minaji says, hope you're well, especially you, Delboy. You gave us a scare, but it's nice to see you okay. You have to come back on the stream. Yes, it's brilliant.
Thank you very much. If it scared everybody, it scared me. I can tell you that much. Christ.
It's great to see you feeling better, mate, and coming back on the stream.
Well, I've got to go back. Got to go back for another procedure. I'm just looking at it that I could worry about it for the rest of my life. I might as well just smile, put a smile on my face, and just go through life like I should do. There's no point. You don't want to wrap yourself up in cotton wool. At some point, your new car is going to get a stone chip. You see what I mean? So you can't put bloody force fields around it and all that sort of stuff and protect it. You're going to get a ding in it, whether somebody's going to open their door too wide or whatever. So in regards to my heart, it's in good hands. They've got to do another procedure. 3 days of my life of me worrying, scared to death. not being able to get to sleep. And then I left the hospital and suddenly sort of realized and said, just get some rest. And then I woke up the next day saying, I'm all right. And ever since Thursday, I've been like, you see me now. So Monday, you wouldn't have liked to have seen me Monday to Wednesday, really. I was white as a sheet, scared. No. Horrible experience.
We're all glad to see you on the road to recovery.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you to everybody, by the way, that wished me well. Thank you. Jamie doesn't know what I'm talking about. Bet you anybody.
You're all right then. I have seen a few posts of yours, but I didn't know what was properly happening.
I had a heart attack last Sunday, Jamie.
Oh fuck! I'm sorry.
But I've been in hospital and I'm on the mend.
Oh, that's good.
I didn't have fish and chips without the chips. I just had a chicken wrap without the chicken.
Did you?
That's a wrap. That's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
There you go.
Yeah. We'll go quickly through them and hard you your comments because you put quite a few because we'll get to the other people's comments, mate.
Yeah.
My recent watches include Face Off, The Fog, Wind Chill Speed, Sunshine Darkness, Class of 84, New Kids Chained, The Roommate, The Vanishing. Fantastic film there. Good to see you watching that.
Is it the remake?
Probably. I don't know. I kind of hope it isn't. The New Daughter, Trap, Long Legs, and Demolition Man. That is a fantastic all the titles there that you've watched. Brilliant.
Oh
stuff.
yeah. Long Legs. I watched Long Legs.
Did you like it?
It's best film I've seen this year so far.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd say that's another close to a masterpiece.
Yeah.
It's very good.
But we know Jamie wouldn't say it's a masterpiece.
No.
It's just the best film.
Masterpiece.
Right. We've got Minhaj also on about the first two RoboCop films and the first Terminator. Have you seen any of the films I watched over the week and your thoughts? But we've seen quite a few of these ones. I know
I've seen all those 3 films that he's just mentioned back there.
Have you seen The Vanishing, Delboy?
Yes, I have seen The Vanishing. I love that film. Demolition Man, seen that film.
Yeah.
Trap, I want to see Trap. After Through the Lens talked about it, he liked that and Blink twice. He thinks those 2 films have been pretty good films in the last.
Oh, that's
6
the
weeks.
Channing Tantrum one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dayton.
Yeah.
Well, I only found out this about a few weeks ago. I didn't know that Channing Tatum is in a relationship with Catwoman.
Catwoman. What, Halle Berry?
No, Zoe Kravitz from the Batman. Zoe Kravitz.
Well, she's directing that Blink twice, isn't
there
it?
you go.
So basically, Catwoman's in a relationship with a stripper. Because his Magic Mike, Kinney, and he's a stripper.
Yeah,
That's right.
it's magic, isn't it?
Yeah.
I bet there'll be entertainment in their bedroom, all right.
There's some real classics here. Look, Face Off. What can we say about that film? I mean, that's absolutely amazing. Face Off. Demolition Man, just a fun film all the way through. Sandra Bullock with getting the lines wrong.
Yeah, we really licked his ass.
Yeah,
you know. I don't know if this is true, but I've heard stuff online about Face Off 2 and saying that Nicolas Cage and John Travolta are set to return. So I don't know if it's a load of rubbish or what.
That was a film of its time, and it was just really good. I mean, even the soundtrack I like of that film. I mean, it's very very powerful. What was it? Was it John Woo? Is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just really, really good. And then you've got 2 actors that then are given a part where they're going to say, and by the way, you're then going to play the mannerisms of those and swap. So John Travolta, you're going to play a bit like Nicolas Cage. And Nicholas, you're going to play a bit like John Travolta. You're just going, wow, that must be such a great part for them as well. So they must have had great fun. To come back and then do it again, or do a reimagining of it, you've got to find therefore two actors that could really do that well.
Mm.
And they just sort of like, they came across as sort of very similar, because Nicolas Cage can go off the wall and John Travolta can go off the wall, and it's just like getting those two, it sort of worked. I can't think of another couple of actors that are up and coming now that would do that.
I think it was a film perfect for its time, and it would be hard to recreate in this era anyway.
I don't think there's quite an actor like Nicolas Cage currently where you'd say.
We was just talking about Longlegs.
Yeah.
I think, if I'm going to be honest, I think Longlegs was quite possibly the best twist ever.
I've seen E.T. He's got short legs.
No, the twist in Longlegs. It was John.
Oh yeah, I know the twist in Longlegs.
It was John Travolta.
Nice.
It was John Travolta. You get it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, the twist.
So when I do my review of Longlegs, I'm gonna put in the description, says, "Oh, the best twist ever. It was John Travolta all along."
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
It took me longer than expected.
See, John Travolta's face, he kind of.
Anyway, just so you don't have, just so you don't have to dwell over me. Speed, what a film. The Fog, yeah, I've seen that. Darkness, Class of 1984, I've seen. Yeah, the rest. I mean, I haven't seen Longlegs Trap yet. Demolition Man, Face Off, all the old ones. Yeah, I've seen.
Yeah. I bet. What about you, Amy?
Yeah, Demolition Man's a film you can, if it's on, I'll always watch it. I always like to find out if it's the Pizza Hut and Taco Bell thing that they change.
Oh yeah.
Where they overdub them so that they change it from Taco Bell to something else. I can't remember what it is, but
yeah.
The restaurant chain is it's a fancy restaurant in the future.
Oh, what McClung.
All these like silly things where some predicted some things though.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? And Face Off, I love Face Off as well.
Face off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it should be written with a slash through the face and the off, shouldn't it? There's a forward slash face forward slash off, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a really good film as well. Probably my favourite on that list would be The Vanishing, actually. Yeah. I introduced it, didn't I, Pete?
Yes, you did, and it's a brilliant film.
Yeah.
Very, very strong film, that one.
It's the scariest film ever.
Yeah, is that what you think?
Oh, it is.
I guess so.
It's unsettling. It's because how realistic it is.
It's the vanishing.
The banality of evil, I think, is what you say.
Pardon, Jamie?
It's the vanishing Jeff Bridges.
That's the remake.
What? There was a remake.
Yeah.
Remake.
Remake.
Watch the original one first.
The Dutch one, Spoorloos.
It was in the original.
Some Dutch people.
So some people they picked up off the streets.
Yeah.
That's
all it's quite a few years back, Jamie, on that one.
Those names don't roll off the tongue.
Something Van something. That's what it'd be.
Well, for me, seeing Face Off, brilliant film. The Fog's Carpenter's best. Wind Chill, I don't know what that is. Speed is great. 2 is even better.
No, it's not.
If it was just called, I don't know, Cruise Control, people would be like, oh, that's a good film.
Would they? It's just the title that's the problem then.
Yes, because they called it Speed. That's the thing.
Should have been called Speed 2. It should have been called Speed Boat or something. You know what I mean? Bloody stupid.
Sunshine's a pretty underrated Danny Boy film. Darkness, good band. Class of 84, I was class of 96. The New Kids.
What? You were in school in '96?
I mean, I was born in '96. New kids, yeah, they join school every year. Chained, I don't know about that. The Roommate, I don't live in a flat.
Yeah.
The Vanishing is a really good film. I was
Yeah.
going to say Now You See Me, Now You Don't.
Yeah.
The New Daughter, that's the one with Kevin Costner. That's a bit of a weird one.
Costa.
Traps and a lot of fun. Long Legs is brilliant, and Demolition Man is a great time. I went through them all.
You did. Well done, Pete.
Right, let's get on to. Well, he's going on about 80s films now, saying like how
Well,
much.
everybody's top 10. Bloody hell, we'll be here forever.
I think we've got quite a lot of questions to get through in
Yeah.
Haljo, so unfortunately we're going to go through them but skip through some of the longer questions. What's everyone's thoughts on Harry Potter's 20th anniversary Hogwarts Express Collector's Edition? I'll stick with the Blu-rays, and you'd probably say
Couldn't give a shit.
I was going to say you'd probably say I'll put them in the bin.
Yeah, I would. Load of rubbish. Unless you're a child, I suppose.
What about you, Delboy? Big fan of the Harry Potter stuff?
Well, I just look at the Harry Potter stuff now that because there's not going to be another film in it, that whatever collection you've got, if you've got them all, stick with that. There's the only thing that they're changing really is the packaging and possibly maybe one documentary that they might stick at the end. So I'm happy for the people that are real collectors of it. For me, I've got a steel book set in a steel case. That's enough. Don't need another one. And I got that half price.
Yeah.
They couldn't. You see, the thing about it is that if you saturate the market, then basically you'll get things at half price. They just can't sell them. So.
Well, Minhaji's on about buying it for 99. It's originally, well, I think they're saying now it's 139 quid. Personally, Minhaji, I'll just wait for Black Friday because it'll be half price.
Yeah, it'll be 50 quid, 60 quid. Yeah. I'm telling you now, they can't sell them.
You're best off waiting, mate.
They saturate the market with Harry Potter, you see. So basically, the people that really, really want it will get it at the beginning, and then there's going to be a market of loads left.
Yeah. We have Marvel fans saying hi to everybody. Hey, Marvel fan. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Minhaji says about the deleting messages. It's probably just StreamYard playing up, mate. No messages have been deleted because I can see them all on my end.
You're having trouble getting on StreamYard?
Yeah, there's been some technical gremlins on here tonight, and not of the Steven Soderbergh variety, Spielberg variety.
Yeah. What? Isn't that Joe Dante? Gremlins?
Yeah, but Spielberg produced them, didn't he?
Did he? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just getting really technical today.
Yeah, I like you got it right wrong twice.
All right, it's the Joe Dante.
That should be a new thing.
Minhaji says, comment I said that retailers are selling out on Amazon. Actually, it did come up, mate, it did. But Sai's here and he says, hi guys, hi Sai, hope you're doing well, my friend. Thank you for joining. We've got Mac Chats here saying, wow, how diddly doodly fetcherunos. Hey Mac Chats, hope you're doing well, my friend. Thanks again for joining.
What is felching?
Elcherinos.
I thought felching's like a type of burp.
That's belching.
I don't know. I'm sure if Mac is still watching, he'll elaborate in the comment section down below.
I think it's something to do with feet.
Is it? I thought it might just be a name for friends, like mate or something.
Kind of a name for friends. Depends on how good a friend they are. Anyway.
Well, chatting between everybody. Right, we have Edward here, and he says, "Evening, everyone. Hope you're all well. What's your thoughts on 88 films as their overall, and what's your thoughts on them releasing American Pie?"
So thoughts on them overall, I think is.
Yeah, what's your thoughts overall?
88 Films is a great company. Released some really good films, both like the Chinese cinema, like martial arts, as well as old horror, as well as stuff like American Pie. They released some very strange stuff out of nowhere. This American Pie release looks pretty cool. I don't know when it's coming out because they keep delaying it, but 88 Films are up there with Arrow. I think they're really pretty underrated and do some very nice limited editions. Have you had an 88 film?
No, your collection is my collection now.
Yeah.
So anything you buy is.
Yeah. So yeah, you have.
Did they do Ebola syndrome?
Yeah, they did.
Oh well, that's.
Yeah, you know that film collection that you've been collecting for about 15 years, but
Yeah.
it's all half Amy's now. You can forget that.
Yeah, exactly. My own half of each one.
Yeah.
I think I did buy. Well,
You did.
I bought a couple of them, didn't I?
Yeah, you did buy Ebola Syndrome and how.
Did I?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I brought that.
And
Okay.
and Hatchet for the Honeymoon. That's another
You
one.
haven't
they
seen
did.
that yet, have you?
No, I haven't seen that.
It's not a bad one. Yeah,
Oh.
interesting little Jallo
Oh,
by Mario Bava.
I'll be there.
Yeah. If I buy you a film, you never watch it. It's like bloody Once Upon a Time in the West. You
What?
haven't watched that yet.
Well, that is a long one though.
I know. Lots of films are long.
We did watch Ebola Syndrome the
Yeah.
night we got it, didn't we? It was,
Oh yeah.
we
yeah.
had to watch that to clean the palette from the Fall Guy.
Oh yeah. Oh god, what a load of rubbish.
It wa-
Ebola syndrome. That
We-
could happen.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It comes to something when we thought Ebola Syndrome was better than the Fall Guy. That is
Yeah.
probably one of the worst films of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd rather watch Borderlands again than Fall Guy.
Yeah, Fall Guys just not. There's nothing. It's kind of leaves a bitter taste in your mouth. I think the way they kind of
Yeah,
people are not like normal people in that
no,
film.
they're not.
Yeah, at least in Borderlands,
It's
Kevin Hart's good.
Yeah.
according to you.
Well, that's a shining endorsement.
But American Pie, I'm a big fan of that.
That looked good on 4K.
Yeah, I've seen.
I can't wait to see the crust in 4K.
The crust
Of the pie.
I get it. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that. You haven't seen the second one, have you?
I've seen a lot of those Presents one with band.
Yeah, I don't know why you watched them. They're like those Home Alone sequels.
Well, yeah, they were on TV. You just got what you got back in the day, especially on ITV2.
In your day, not my day.
Back in my day,
Yeah.
just like I remember my dad watching.
How many
them.
American Pie films did they do, Pete? Was it 5, 6? What was it?
Well, they did about 4 or 5 main ones. They got
No,
got another one coming, didn't they?
they did 3 with the original cast, though, didn't they?
They did 1, 2,
No,
and 3, and
Yeah.
then they did American Pie: The Reunion.
Hmm.
And Camp,
And then apparently they are meant to be doing a 5th one, so that's 5.
Yeah,
As
Band-
well as the spin-offs.
They did
Yeah.
Band Camp, Naked Mile.
I think there's one called Girls Do It Better or something.
Is there?
Yeah.
And then, yeah,
But I'm guessing they don't.
I don't know. I didn't watch it.
The only reason I brought that up then is how many they did is that I look at American Pie as being a little bit like Police Academy now. They just start to drift off towards the end. Started off really good. Everybody knows that there's a clear quality element at the beginning, and then
but
it's
the
just
question I have is when they do American Pie 5, will they be able to make the humour good? Because the thing is now, this isn't aimed at you lot, but the thing is, people now, times have changed, people get offended
Yeah.
by stuff, the snowflakes. Oh, you can't say that. Oh, I'm offended. But it's just like, you know what I mean? It's like, we don't get real good comedies now because it's just people get offended by stuff.
I agree. I think, yeah, comedy
But
has
the thing is,
completely.
when we got American Pie, the reunion, that was funny, but now you probably won't be able to get away. It's like Little Britain. You couldn't make Little Britain, Carry On Campaign, Carry On
Campus.
Story. You couldn't make them now because people would be like, "Oh, I'm offended."
All I say is, like, I think the tide is
Yeah.
turning with that, and hopefully by the time this one comes out, we've probably gone past this phase because it looks like it's starting to die out.
Well, I mean, the Naked
I
Gun
think we need
remake.
comedy. We need comedy again. But the thing is, it's just like everyone. I don't get offended by like this and that. I'm not a snowflake, but people get offended by stuff so easy.
yeah, but you're 50 something now, Jamie. So I mean, what can we say really? You're not going to get offended, are you?
I'm 35 next month.
No, I'm only joking with you.
Ah, yeah.
Jesus Christ, I didn't really think you're 50. Bloody hell, I'm having a laugh with you. Yeah.
Yeah. What I was going to say now.
About Naked Gun coming back next year.
No, I was going to say something else, but I can't remember what it was. Well, I was going to say that point I made before, that I think these horror films are doing so well because they're the only films that basically don't have any of that, where you can just watch someone, you can watch
No.
someone get really excited, and it's
yeah, Amy, because it's verbal that's causing the problem. It's not graphic that's causing the problem.
Yeah.
So I tried to have a chat in other streams, even with Pete's streams and all the ones that I've been on previous, to say, hey guys, when exactly did comedy die? Was it the 2000s? Was it 2010? Was it 2015? Can't quite pinpoint it, but it's been dead for a long time. I mean, we're not talking about like, oh, it's only the last couple of years. I mean, I'm talking about a decade worth of absolute no comedies coming out.
How many comedy films release a year? Hardly any.
I would say, when kind of Peep Show and In-Betweeners, when they ended, I think after that there hasn't really been anything. I think since Fleabag, everything's. I don't think there's anything after that, or kind of at the time.
I will say Afterlife isn't a bad comedy, but that's TV. I'm talking more film. If you were to, when we talk about film and comedies, and we've got all of the Steve Martin stuff, and you got Laurel and Hardy, Abbott and Costello, and you go all the way through the years, and you've got John Candy, and you've got John Hughes films, and all of this sort of stuff, and you've got the American Pie, and then when you go to a point, you go, at some point it stopped.
Well, there aren't really many comedy films to emphasize the modern era, is there? Like American Pie was the 90s to a T, but nothing has been of the 2010s or the 2020s, has there?
Not really.
But then again, I dread to think what it'll be.
Yeah. Well, we've had we saw that film Joyride, didn't we? So this is a film which is basically they can be as. It's basically those gross out movies, but you can do it because it's women.
Yeah, it's a bit like Bridesmaids, I think it wants to be.
Yeah, it wants to be Bridesmaids, yeah. But it's kind of, you can do that now, because they're not men doing it. But
yeah,
I don't know, to me.
But I will just say 88 Films, fantastic little company. I've got Runaway and a few films in 88 Films. Them releasing American Pie, good luck to them. I hope they do it a good service. I hope they advertise it well enough and get it out there into the public to get us laughing again. I do look at it a bit like Police Academy American Pie as a series, I have to say. But saying that, I've got the Police Academy box set with them all together. It's been released so many times, you can get them for like 15 quid for all of the films. So I wish it well. That's the end for me on that, Edward. Thank you very much for a great question.
What about you, Jamie, if you're there?
Yeah, empty sofa.
We got Winslow here saying hi. Hi, Winslow. Hope you're doing well. What next? The third one will be called Beetlejuice. It probably will be. I can imagine this new one's going to be a huge success.
I haven't seen the new one, so I can't say whether it's open-ended or not, but I didn't think Beetlejuice had much of a story, to be quite honest. I wondered where this Beetlejuice was coming from.
It's a very odd choice to give it a sequel. I know it's been rumoured for years or in the works for years, and when it was announced, I was like, really, they are going to do it? But here we are.
At the end of the day, Pete, I mean, Beetlejuice, they're dead. They don't like the people that move into their house. They need to scare them out. They don't understand how the dead work. That's it. That's the film. So in Beetlejuice, what are you doing?
And apparently they're going to do a Goonies sequel now, like 40 years.
Oh, that's an atrocious idea.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think Beetlejuice is one of those films that people who don't like films so much love, like it's a kind of very mainstream.
It is. It's a film that didn't do well in the box office when it first came out. It really wasn't a hit at all. But like, it's just now become so popular with people up the street and everywhere.
Yeah.
So you tell me a film for the 80s, Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
That's a strange thing.
Who directs the new one?
Same.
Tim Burton. Yeah. Well, yes, even more reason not to watch it then. Mars Attacks is good though.
Yeah, it is.
Mars Attacks, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you were you so keen on that, or did
I liked it a lot. I'll give it a 3.5 out of 5.
Yeah.
It's no Sleepy Hollow. That's his best film.
Yeah, but Mars Attacks is based on a cartoon. Is based on a comic book. To be quite honest,
I think its cast is really inspired. Tom Jones,
Jack Nicholson, and I mean, it had a cast of of gold, didn't it? At the end of the day. I don't think you could go past the special effects either. They were great, those brains and all the, I mean, it looked a very stylistic film. So, I mean, it is a good film. Not many people talk about it.
No.
It's definitely on his higher up some of his better films.
I don't even know. Is there a 4K? Is there a 4K of it, Pete?
Nope.
Of Mars Attack? No.
No. That's one that is apparently on a list of Warner Brothers ideas of 4K releases that they've sent out to people in America. What films would you like on 4K? And that's one of them.
Yeah,
that'd be a good one if they could do it.
I think it's.
But it's very color. It's very colourful. All I was going to say, Amy, is that 4K is not about the resolution; it's about the saturation of colours, high dynamic range. So I think it'd do really well because it's got that primary colour greens and so forth. Greens and reds,
and all the different coloured skeletons as well that they have.
The effects.
It's a film that looks so much like the art style of those kind of old posters that you get, and
it feels very much like the 50s come to life.
Yeah, it
does. And they pushed out, didn't they, quickly after Independence Day because they wanted to build on the hype of that, didn't they?
Yeah, which it does kind of. You can kind of see how. Very different film though.
Yeah. That's these studios for you.
They have the same thing where they want to welcome the aliens, and then it doesn't quite go to plan. Oh goodness me! Wow.
It was that.
Shouldn't do that to Pete. He gets scared easily.
I thought I'm going to have a nightmare tonight. It's like 5 Nights at Frederick's again.
What have I watched? Missed.
Yeah.
Well, we were just talking about Mars Attacks and stuff. What because of Beetlejuice, weren't we?
Mars Attacks once. I've seen it once, I think.
That's
good. That's good, Jamie, thanks.
But we've got Winslow here. He's saying he rewatched one of his favourite shows this week, Freaks and Geeks. It's just the most magical, lightning in a bottle show. I love it. If you haven't seen it, highly recommend it. I think I've heard people talk about it. It came out in about either 80s or early 90s or early 2000s. And
I've heard it's really good. I would like to watch it actually.
Yeah, same here. It sounds really good.
Got Jason Segel in it, I think.
It's got somebody
a lot of like people who are famous now.
Big names now. Yeah.
It was Jason Segel.
Cousin of Stephen.
I was just going to say, is he a relative of Steven Seagal?
You never know.
Never know.
Maybe.
He's a bit of a man of a mystery, and he's Steven Seagal.
Yeah.
So he might be Jason Seagal's father.
Oh, probably is. I've asked him.
What about you, Delboy? Have you seen Freaks and Geeks?
I think I've heard of it. I don't think I've seen it. That doesn't ring any bells with me. So, but yeah, I like finding shows that catch lightning in a bottle. Yeah, if I can find one. Brilliant.
We've got Steve's Gaming here saying, hello, everyone. I'm here as Dal's #1 fan. Go, Dal.
Steve, you bastard. There you go. You're my #1 fan. Yeah, I know what he was sticking his finger up at.
You don't have a brother called Rodney, do you?
Yes. I do, and a granddad as well.
Rodney.
Like I had the shortened version, Del, made him think of not
The boy,
Delboy.
no.
Okay.
Yeah. That woman who, the woman who wrote the theme tune to Skyfall, she wrote it all on Adele.
Wow. Facts.
Marvel fan says, what's your thoughts on the Goonies sequel being filmed next year with the original cast returning, apparently coming out in 26 or 27? Terrible idea. Not a fan of the original film.
Terrible idea. Absolutely awful.
But
over to Jamie. Is that a
What
good
about
idea
you?
or a bad idea, Jamie?
The thing is, with us just getting Beetlejuice sequel, obviously I preferred the first one, but Beetlejuice is just basically nostalgia, and I reckon that's all we'll get with the Goonies sequel is just nostalgia, because all we seem to be getting now, all we've had this year is sequel, prequel, remake. We don't get nothing original now.
we do,
No.
but people don't see it. That's the thing.
Yeah, the thing is, all the original stuff that we get is people won't watch it. They'd just rather watch the prequel, sequel, or the remake. But I feel like all we've had this year is just prequels, remake. We hardly get. I think there's only probably about few
Mm,
of films that are just very original. Is the Bike Riders.
yeah, Bike Riders
That
with
yeah,
Austin Butler and
Yeah.
Tom Hardy.
Tom Hardy. That was something different, and I enjoyed that because it was something different. But we don't get that now.
Yeah,
But I
that Bike Riders does look good.
I enjoyed it. It's something different. But I
Mm.
reckon now with the Goonies sequel, all it'll just rely heavy on nostalgia.
Yeah.
But don't you
I'm
think
just
that's
interested
the
to see
whole
what's
point of
in
having the? Don't you think that's the whole point of having the Goonies in the title, though? That is the point.
But the thing is, what's the story going to be? Can they make the
Yeah.
story? Because the third
I'm with you, Jamie. I'm just letting you know that the reason they got the Goonies sequel coming out, and if they have the title The Goonies in it, is because they're eking on you to have the nostalgia on it. That's the whole
what
point.
they want.
Otherwise, call it something totally different.
What's the title going to be called? Goonies Never Die But Grow Up.
The next generation, or whatever,
Well, yeah, I think they're supposed to never die or something.
I don't know. I've never seen it.
Oh.
Are they immortal?
They wish.
Oh, right.
I mean,
I think
the best thing about that film was the big ship anyway. So I don't know what you're going to do about it.
I don't think if you do the Goonies sequel, you won't recapture that magic.
No, you won't.
No.
Because the Goonies is I love the Goonies. It's an absolute classic. But when you try and remake stuff or do a sequel to stuff, you just can't recapture that magic again. You can't.
And also, the director passed away because it's him who did Lethal Weapon, isn't it?
I mean, we all know what they're trying to do. When it comes to the Goonies, and you're saying you'll never capture that nostalgia again, they're only trying to capture that nostalgia again for a certain part of the audience. They want a new film, but they want the old people that saw it originally also to be there and have a good time. Right? It's just, it never works out that way. That's all. The people that saw it originally will turn around and say what a piece of shit it was, and the people that have never seen it before will watch this film and go, well, I don't get what the whole fuss was all about. And then they'll go and watch the original one and say, well, I like the original as well. What's this piece of shit? So, I mean, that's the problem when you're coming back to an old IP. You have to choose your films, is what I'm saying when it comes to nostalgia.
I think it's
you going back to the well is all well and good, but sometimes originality is better. And even if you're going to touch upon something that's been done before, have a think and say, do you really want to have that name in the title? Just class it as its own thing.
It's very few films that have a sequel like decades later very few of them work. Only two I can think of: Top Gun and Blade Runner.
Since we kind of on the subject, I'll only be quick because I need to charge my phone up. So people probably might not know this, but I know it's heavily loved a lot. People think it's one of the best horror films going, which is completely fine. I'm happy for you, but personally, I am not a fan of The Shining.
Me too.
I personally think it's overhyped. I'm just, but if you love it, that's fine. I'm not a fan. And then we got
Mr. Sleep.
Yeah, so but people are gonna say, why have you got this? Personally, I'm not a fan of the film, but this is gonna shock you. But that steelbook is going for £80 at DX.
Well, it doesn't shock me.
It's a nice steelbook.
For it.
That's just a figure that they've pulled out. That whether they'll get that is another thing. But
yeah, they search online.
And
See
then
what the trading price is.
2019, we got this.
Yeah,
I've never seen it.
I was interested in this. I wanted to watch it, and personally, I think Dr. Sleep is
a masterpiece.
I love Dr. Sleep. The thing is with Dr. Sleep, it does reference The Shining, but it references it in stages. And then, obviously, it does have the fan service and nostalgia and stuff. It has the references and it slowly builds up. And then at the end, it hits you with the nostalgia and everything. So it kind of builds up to it slowly. It's not all in your face at once.
Have you read, Jamie? Have you read, before you mention all of that? Have you read the books to say whether the books actually are a good reflection in the film?
No.
So when you're talking about you like Dr. Sleep, and it's a better film, is it as close to the book? You see, because that's really what we
didn't like Shining, did he?
A representation of the book. Not referencing The Shining, don't you think?
I personally don't really read books, but I love Dr. Sleep. I think it's just an absolute.
I like both films. I'm just going to let you know, by the way, I like both films.
But that's fine if you like The Shining. That's fine, but it just doesn't do out for me.
Yeah, and I totally get that. I totally get that. What I'm actually saying is I like both films.
Yeah.
I've seen The Shining first, and then I've seen Dr. Sleep second. I didn't look at Dr. Sleep and go, "Oh, that's a pale imitation of The Shining." I looked at them as being totally different things, and I got a lot out of that by looking at it from that point of view.
I absolutely love Dr. Sleep.
You know, I didn't pair the two up together. They obviously are. But that's how I looked at it. You know?
The only thing that annoys me about Dr. Sleep, it is nothing to do with the film, it's the disc. So obviously, with the Steelbook, we get the 4K, you get the Blu-ray extended cut, and then you get the standard Blu-ray. The extended cut isn't on 4K, and it's annoying because the extended cut's like 3 hours long.
Yeah.
We don't get that on 4K. We only get the director's cut or the extended cut on Blu-ray. And it's annoying.
That screams another deluxe edition coming out to me. But there you go.
Yeah, that's annoying.
I've seen that before. I've seen it a million times, Jamie. That's the trouble. And we still let it happen because we'll still go and buy it.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Sari saying, "What's your thoughts on Edgar Wright's directing the Running Man remake with Glenn Powell in the lead role?" I like the Running Man with Arnie. It's a pretty good film. I don't know whether it needs a remake, but
that's what I mean. Why do it?
Edgar Wright is a steady pair of hands. He is a director I trust, and Glenn Powell is probably the man of the moment in cinemas. So it's a good mix, and I'm intrigued to see what'll happen.
We think he's going to be the ushering in of the, you know,
Him and Sydney Sweeney.
yeah, he and Sydney Sweeney are going to be the change of tides. I think when
Yeah.
it comes to that, the proper like leading action hero kind of
Oh, definitely.
man in like in things. Yeah, I've never seen The Running Man, so
No.
Yeah, you
But
see,
I like
I'm looking at it from I'm probably a totally different direction on this. The Running Man was a short story. I'm not looking at it from a point of view that it's a Schwarzenegger film and I can't think of anybody else being in it. That's not the reason why I said what I did. And I'm not looking at it from a point of view of it's divided on whether it's a good or a bad film and the year it came out. What I'm looking at it is what can you add to the short story? Its subjects, the subject matter that this guy can do. It's all about game show, death. It's all about like a gladiator type film. Like we've seen Gladiators, isn't it? It's like putting gladiators on cocaine. You can kill each other now. Go for it. You know what I mean? And a society that is so caught up in gambling that we don't see it shortcoming. That these people have got. They were somebody's daughters and sons, and you're letting them go and kill people. So that came across in the film to me that I saw. So what are you bringing to the table is the thing that I asked myself when I see
It is an odd idea to do as a remake, but I think Edgar Wright has got the flair and the style to make something a bit.
Yeah.
We don't have that kind of. I mean, is it like a thing where people watch people on TV kill? Is it like a reality TV type thing?
Sort of. Yeah.
Is it like a battle royale kind of?
Yeah, Amy, it's a police are corrupt, and how you can hide that corruption,
right?
In this modern world behind a game show.
Okay.
Pretty much.
So it kind because when I thought it was like a battle royale type thing, that was a kind of culture, wasn't it, in the 2000s and Hunger Games as well? That kind of putting people on TV and kind of humiliating them. But obviously in movies they dial up to 11. But like I guess with the police corruption, maybe that would be kind of a current thing.
Be a bit too on the nose.
Yeah. I don't know whether it would work now or not, but.
But there was rumors that he was going to direct a remake of Barbarella.
Oh yeah, you told me. I was looking forward to that. Who was going to be in that?
So all I was saying with The Running Man is it's a short story that was done quite well, and you could spice it up with special effects and everything. The fun part of The Running Man was all about the one-liners that Schwarzenegger came out with, the different characters. There was Dino Man and all of this sort of stuff. It was all hooked up into a nice little package, and I've got no qualms that some other director can really do another reimagination of it. But I'd like to see more emphasis on something that makes that was in the book that wasn't in the original in this film. Maybe go a bit deeper into the corruption side of things or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just doing it because it's a slick film that we just want to remake with better special effects doesn't cut it for me anymore.
We have Josh here saying, "Hey fellas, how's it going?" Hey Josh.
His ears must have been burning after I mentioned his name earlier.
Steve says the only Spider-Man, in my opinion, is Nicholas Hammond.
1977 Spider-Man from CBS TV. Yeah.
Minhaj's all Andrew Garfield all the way. That's his favourite. Yeah. And he says that he's a beautiful human being.
Fair enough.
Seems like a nice chap. He's doing that new one with Florence Plough. That looks like a right tier jerker, don't it?
He was good in Doctor Who.
Yeah. He was one of those human Dalek things, wasn't he?
That's right.
Yeah. The viewer Drew says, "Hey everyone, what's up? Hey Drew, hope you're doing well, my friend." Minhaju would love to meet Andrew Garfield one day. He feels like he understood the Spider-Man character, then eventually Tom Holland understood it in No Way Home. Awesome.
Yeah.
Sai says Madam Web makes Morbius looks like Citizen Kane.
It does.
Borderlands make Morbius look like Citizen Kane, and probably makes Madam Web look like
And of course,
Citizen
another Doctor Who reference in Morbius, isn't it?
No,
really?
I haven't.
Another Doctor Who reference in Morbius, isn't it? So
Yes, there is. Yes, in the earlier film episodes with Tom Baker, isn't it? I think, isn't it? There's a Morbius.
it's got Matthew Smith in it.
Oh yeah, yes, that's true. Matt Smith is a really good actor.
Well, he blew it out the park, didn't he? With One Night in Soho.
Yeah.
And somebody's told me that I must watch, what's it called? Severi. It's a some sort of folk horror type thing that he's done.
Oh, that's the one that's come out this week with him in.
Starve Acne or something. I can't read my writing very much.
Yeah, it's got a weird name. It's a folk horror starring Matt Smith. That's out this week. It looks pretty interesting.
Now that we're on the subject of Morbius,
the subject everybody loves to talk about.
I actually enjoyed it, but you're gonna think I'm weird, but the way I see Morbius,
yeah,
I basically see Morbius as a DC. You're gonna think I'm weird, but I kind of see Morbius as a DC spin-off film with Jared Leto and the Joker, and obviously bats and stuff. I just see it as a DC spin-off film. I know it's Marvel, but I just see it as a DC spin-off film, and I really enjoyed it.
I think if you treat it like those early 2000 Fox films, you can kind of get some enjoyment out of it.
Yeah.
But
Morbius came around from 1971.
But the thing is,
basically, it was Marvel that tried to bring horror back into the comic line after horror comics were banned for so many years.
But the thing is, with the
all it is he's a vampire without being a vampire.
Yeah, with the credit clip of Morbius, they tried to bring in, or they brought in, the Vulture, which is Michael Keaton's character from Homecoming. So I think they tried to do something with that character, but I think Michael Keaton was confused of why he was in it as something. I think they were getting confused.
Yeah, they really messed that film up.
But they tried to bring it. It would have been interesting to see where they went with the whole thing. But
I have one positive thing for it. It is probably one of the best 4K discs out there. It's impeccable screen quality.
The picture quality is immense. Yeah, the picture quality is immense on that film.
It's incredible.
I've got the Blu-ray, but
a lot of 4K films can basically crush blacks. They basically look awful. They go so black you can't see nothing. There's no crushed blacks in this, and it's a very dark film because it's basically it's underground an awful lot.
I really enjoyed
the picture quality is good on that.
Pretty much all Sony released films on 4K look great.
Yeah, it's not too far off with that. Sony do a pretty darn good job. Yeah.
We've got Andy's Cardboard Star Wars here saying, "Happy Sunday, lads and lady. I'm off to the pub. Have a good stream." You have a good time, mate. Thanks
when you come back, we'll still be here.
Probably. Right, we've got Minhaju saying about his personal opinion and the way he feels is that the shadow of the doubt, Garfield understands Spider-Man way better than Toby and Tom. Awesome.
Fair enough.
Marvel fan says Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield are my favourite Spider-Man, but Tom Holland I can't stand.
And I can understand that as well. Marvel didn't have much of a choice though. If you're going to set him back in high school, you can't have Andrew Garfield. It's as simple as that because it's just too old. You then got to have a character that will grow, and you've got to make sure that you do these films every year and a half or two. Otherwise, they're just going to age. The reason people are looking forward to this next Spider-Man film is he's now matured. He is now out of that point where he's doesn't really know how to swing on a web, doesn't really know how, he recognizes his own body and he's got nothing to lose.
Yeah,
because everybody's forgotten him.
Yeah,
so
he's essentially the fave.
So basically, you've rebooted it without rebooting it.
Mm.
So that's why it works.
Yeah, Minhaji says about like Tom Holland went from Spider-Boy to Spider-Man and really understood the assignment in the end. Like he suffered like the other two, but he fully understood the pain, loss, and sacrifice.
Yeah,
absolutely. We've got Sai here saying, "What did you make of the Minecraft movie teaser?" I think it may be bad.
I'm just going to get a drink while you answer that one because I think you know my answer. I won't be.
I've not watched the trailer. I watched part of it, but the thing is, I've never been into Minecraft. It's just all these square blocks, and it just
I think even if you're not a fan of the game, like the trailer is just like so. What the heck is going on? It is.
Yeah, it's just loads of squares and squares, and I'm just like, it seems a bit pointless. I
think it'll be huge. I think it'll be huge because Minecraft is easily the biggest game in the world.
Minecraft is very popular. I am aware of that.
I do think it probably is 5 years too late, but I think it will be popular. A bit like Five Nights at Freddy's. That was really popular. I think it'll do quite well, but the trailer looks dreadful.
It does. No one's made a GTA movie.
I don't think they're allowed to do that. I think
really?
Rockstar and the rights to that, they won't allow it to be. To be honest, the games are like movies anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. But are you looking forward to Minecraft?
Yeah, of course. I'll be the first one there in the cinema watching that one.
Yeah.
Never played Minecraft before.
You'd like it.
Yeah, I probably would.
Yeah, it's a bit Stardew Valley like.
Is it? Yeah. Okay. I might like that then.
You think so? Stardew Valley, really? You think? I wouldn't say that.
No.
Okay, we've got two conflicting accounts here. I don't know what to think.
Well, there's elements of it.
No, I'll tell you what. I would agree with that if you're playing sandbox, but not a survival mode.
I've never played the survival. I played the sandbox mode.
Yeah.
Not very creative, so.
No. And obviously you're not too fussed about Minecraft, Delboy.
Am I? No, I'm not. No.
We have AJ's Movie Place here saying hi. Hey AJ, hope you're doing well, mate. Marvel fans having a darn good night. He's been rewatching Father Ted.
Oh, Father Ted. Yeah, brilliant.
Brilliant show, yeah. Probably one of the best British sitcoms, I think.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? You got Father Dougal.
That's true, yeah. He's there, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's silly.
He is silly. Then he becomes a superhero in
we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that piece of shit.
Oh, we watched.
We watched it. That's quite.
That is awful. I count that as one of the worst comedies ever written.
I watched it as a kid as well. I quite enjoyed it.
I wonder if you could help me, mate. Help you, mate. I'm not involved in human sexual relations.
Talking bloody babies. No, fuck that.
I think we didn't get that far, did we?
I just couldn't believe there was 7 series of it.
Get it out.
But unfortunately, it's one of those TV shows that never got a full series released on DVD. So we need a.
What a crying shame!
We need a 7 series box set of it.
No, we don't.
Who's the guy?
No, we don't.
I'm really forgetting his name now.
Oh,
he passed away, didn't he? Very shortly after he finished it.
Oh, begins with D.
Dermot
Morgan.
Dermot Morgan, is it? Yeah,
I
think so. Anyway, yeah.
He's great in it.
Yeah.
And obviously, drink.
Yeah, because he was a comedian. I think he used to like mess up lines to like make the audience laugh and stuff like that. He would do like jokes in between takes and stuff. Yeah. That was a good show.
I remember when the chap who played Father Drink.
Father Jack.
Yeah.
Oh, Frank Kelly.
Kelly, yeah.
He was in Emmerdale.
Yeah, he's apparently a great actor, like, very famous. Shakespearean actor or something like that.
No, it's a shame that Dermot Morgan died so early. I mean, yeah, I mean, it was
no age at all.
No.
You like Father Ted, Jamie?
I've hardly seen it. I've only seen a little clip or one episode, but one thing that I remember from one episode is where someone's pushing him in a wheelchair and he goes, "Nuns, reverse, reverse," or something.
Yeah, that's right.
That's about all, but it was funny, that bit.
I think you'd like the Speed episode because you'll know the film references. I mean, that's a pretty good episode.
That was it. Was somebody, he's just someone's pushing him and he's like, "Nuns, reverse, reverse." I can remember that, or I've seen an episode or two, and that's it. But it was funny.
I think you'd really like it, Jamie.
Yeah.
It gave rise to the famous "down with this sort of thing," which I kind of think of now, and people are complaining about stuff.
We got Cy saying he went to see Raiders of the Lost Ark and Starship Troopers on Thursday. Had a what?
You said bark, Pete. I think it's arc.
Oh yeah, Raiders of the Lost Ark and Starship Troopers on Thursday. Had a blast. It was Sammy G's first time watching Starship. Wow, first time watching it, he really enjoyed it. Wow, it was great to hear that he went with Sam and saw both those films, and he really enjoyed Starship Troopers. Raiders is probably my least favorite of the original Indiana Jones trilogy. My favorite is Last Crusade, but Starship Troopers is an absolute blast. What about you, Amy?
Yeah, Starship Troopers is in my top 20, isn't it, of all time? I love it. Yeah, I just think it's a really fun movie. It obviously has a lot of good satire and
it is a fun time, isn't it?
Yeah,
it is. What about Raiders of the Lost Ark?
Pete is Ark.
Yeah.
I've never been into Indiana Jones, so it's never been something I'm interested in.
Well, remember when we went to see Dial of Destiny together?
Whoa. Be careful what you say.
Why?
It wasn't as bad as some films, I think.
It's the worst.
So at least it isn't Joyride, but like
it's the worst Indiana Jones film, but it's not as bad as what I thought it was going to be. I think Crystal Skull looks better each day.
All I'll say is out the 5 Indiana Jones films, I'll put Dial of Destiny third.
Oh, for God's sake!
Dial of Destiny's third.
What is in 4th and 5th place?
First is The Last Crusade. The second one is the last. What's the first one? Raiders of the Lost. So it's Last Crusade, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Dial of Destiny, Temple of Doom, and then Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Interesting ranking. That's good to see, mate.
But I thought Dial of Destiny was great. I love it.
That's good.
I know it gets a lot of mix, but I thought it was great.
Well,
I like the ending.
I like the ending because it ended.
Yeah, meant you could walk out the cinema, didn't it?
I just thought it was like so long as well. It was in development for probably as old as Harrison Ford is.
No.
But I'm glad that you enjoyed it, Jamie, and it's good to see that the film has got some fans. It's not a disaster by all means, like The Rise of Skywalker.
Whoa!
Oh no, have I stepped on something again?
Oh, that piece of shit.
What's your thoughts on Rise of Skywalker, JB?
I don't think we should go there.
Why is it a masterpiece?
Yeah, I love it. I just absolutely loved it.
Well, that's good to hear that you enjoyed it. I mean, it's a shame that none of us could find a lot of positives in it, so I'm glad that he's got positives.
Oh yeah, I wish I liked it.
Yeah. I think everybody wished they could like that film. But at least Jamie likes it, and I think he's now going to pick out 10 editions he's got of it.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, here we go.
So obviously, you've got the box standard Blu-ray.
That's the edition I have.
The 3D.
Okay.
It's still because obviously I can't watch it. I'm 4K now. Rise of the Skywalker 3D Steelbook, and then obviously 4K, and then somewhere I've got the DVD.
Nice.
DVD, wow.
It's a whole collection.
More excruciating.
Yeah.
But yeah, Rise of Skywalker.
Well, that's good to hear. Is that your favourite Star Wars film?
Yeah.
What does Jamie make of the TV Disney Plus series that they've done? Do you enjoy them?
I've seen Mandalorian Series 1. I thought it was amazing. I enjoyed Series 2, but I didn't review it. I haven't seen Series 3 of Mandalorian. Book of Boba was okay, but it wasn't special. It was enjoyable. Kenobi, oh, that was a masterpiece.
That was what?
A masterpiece.
Okay.
My favourite Star Wars character is Obi-Wan Kenobi. And
Yeah, but that don't make that series any good, does it? Just because that's your favourite character.
I just loved the whole show. But yeah, and that's it. I've not watched Acolyte. I know it got cancelled, but I've heard a lot of mates.
Yeah, there's a reason for that, you see, Jamie.
I've not watched Acolyte. Or I started to watch
Ahsoka?
Andor, but I really enjoyed what I watched of Andor, and I think that's about it.
Well, you need to get yourself onto Andor and complete it.
Andor, I think, is really slow for the first 2 or 3 episodes, but it's brilliant.
That's what I've heard. It's really slow, but I really enjoyed what I watched.
Yeah, I'm glad you did.
Yeah.
Because the rest of it is just some of the best Star Wars you could watch.
Really. It's up there with like House of the Dragon quality.
Yeah. That's what all the Star Wars should be.
Yeah, it's very talky. And
you
know that, but there's nothing wrong with that as long as it's setting up for something, which I think it was.
So, Jamie, what is your least favorite Star Wars film? If we know your best, what's your least favorite? He's gonna.
Oh, you mean you bought it?
He's gonna whip it out. Return of the Jedi. Oh,
which was that?
Last Jedi.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Well, for a least favourite, you and I've got a number of copies of it. Bloody hell!
I've got more of The Force Awakens.
How many of The Force Awakens have you got? Jeez, he's got half a shelf full.
I know. So I've got the box standard Blu-ray, the light side.
Yeah.
The Steelbook. I got this from CX, believe it or not.
That's nice.
I know. So I thought it, because obviously it's like one of them special, not blue fans, but one of them special editions. And I thought CX just sold it for, I think it was like £6 or something, and it's got UK discs in. So I personally think someone brought like a different edition and put the UK.
Yeah, they did their own special edition.
That's what I think, and that's why it was so
you got
cheap.
yourself a good bargain, though.
It's like it's even got a booklet with it, and yeah. But yeah, that was an absolute steal. That. Oh, and then last but not least, the 3D, which is sealed.
Very nice, very nice. And you haven't seen Starship Troopers?
I've seen it once. If it was like 2015, and I really enjoyed it. But 2 didn't get a UK Blu-ray release, but I've got 3. I'm looking at number 3 now, but it did in the box set apparently because there's a Blu-ray box set.
Ah, nice.
It's one of Clancy Brown's favourites, isn't it?
Yeah.
Steven?
Yeah, that and Highlander.
Highlander, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Just to say about Andor, though,
yes.
even those first 2 episodes, I don't mind talkie, but I think even if I watched it again, I think I might even skip those episodes because it's not just that they're talky; they just, I don't know.
There's a couple of moments in it that drag on a bit.
They really do, yeah. It's
more of the flashback scenes. Yeah.
I couldn't care less about that really. But it does get better. Those flashback scenes, they do kind of explain quite a bit, but yeah, after that it's just so good. Yeah, there's one episode you said about the prison episode. That's
kind of like a horror with like how they are trapped.
Yeah, but it's so like exciting and it's got like a momentum to it. You're always guessing and you know it's going somewhere.
It's kind of like Star Wars: The Great Escape.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, that was a good comparison.
Yeah. I don't know how we got into Star Wars because that question's not even about.
I think it was the Last Jedi, the Rise of Skywalker, me, Bash, Yoda, and Jamie's a fan.
Maybe the Lucas Starship Troopers crossover got us to Star Wars somehow.
Maybe. Yeah. So, what about you, Delboy, with these 2 films?
Starship Troopers, what a film! Reference quality 4K and all. I've got the steelbook of that. Absolutely marvelous. Love it. Raiders of the Lost Ark. I like to think of them as only being 3 films, and it stopped, at the 3rd film. Personally, but if I'm pushed and people say, what do I think of those other 2 films? I've said in the past. They get a bad rep, in some ways they deserve that, but in other ways they can be entertaining popcorn films that all kiddies can go and see and love, and just like we loved Raiders of the Lost Ark and that sort of stuff. When it came to the first 3 films, I hated the second film. For a long time, I hated the second film, thought it was atrocious. I couldn't get past the little kid, shortstop. Sorry. Used to annoy the hell out of me.
Goonies, innit?
Yeah, it's that sort of thing. So, to me, there was only film 1 and film 3. You know what I mean? For a long period of time. So, Starship Troopers. It was nice. It was nice to see. It was nice to see Paul Verhoeven go back to a science fiction genre after a number of years. And do a satire like RoboCop, but on a bigger scale. And it was nice that he tried to do something with a book that's not well received. Because if you remember rightly, it's like a Nazi dictatorship. It's not a film you can sell very easily. I mean, we're talking about comradeship and all of this sort of stuff. I mean, it's not a likable film, but you end up liking it. So, and what I find incredibly strange about Starship Troopers is nobody knows really about the sequels.
Yeah, I've never seen the sequels, just the first.
You turn around to him and you say, "Oh yeah, I saw Starship Troopers 3 the other day." You go, "3? Well, where's the second one?" It's like that to people say, "Oh yeah, there was 3. There was a 4." You know what I mean? It was those straight to DVD or straight to streaming.
Animated ones as well, CG animated ones.
And even in the last couple of years, they've done a real-time strategy game about bloody time around Starship Troopers. Because I mean, if anything could be a real-time strategy game, Starship Troopers could be with all them insects. Bloody hell! I mean, there's millions and millions and millions of them. So yeah, that's all. I don't need to say anything else other than Star Wars. I don't understand. In fact, Star Wars doesn't exist. Live long and prosper. Fuck you, Star Wars fans. No, I don't. I don't mean that at all. I love Star Wars as well. I love Star Trek. Jamie, you're mental. Over to you, Jamie.
But isn't I I heard that the book, I don't know if Delboy knows about this, but the book isn't very much like the film, and I think the writer wasn't happy with
That's
how
right.
the film went.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's right. Paul Verhoeven said, "I found it the most boring film," because he virtually lived it. I did a capsule review on Starship Troopers on my side of the channel, and I basically said it was a hard sell. He said, "I will not touch this until you change it. You've got to bring something into this," because I fell asleep after about 8 pages.
Yeah.
That's what he said. I think he actually read it and didn't like it, because it's very, 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 very much too close to his actual upbringing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about that kind of tongue-in-cheek propaganda in the film. That's the kind of really that's like the comedy that I hope comes back as well, because it's a very funny film when you rewatch it.
He got a huge budget up together and purposely brought hardly any well-known actors into it other than ones he'd worked with before. I think it was Ironside is in it.
Ironside and Clancy Brown.
Yeah.
So you got things like Casper and that were in TV series, at the particular time, and then he could put the money into the science, into the special effects, and then he said, "I want some of it to be proper models and others as cutting edge computer generated." And he split the money in half and put half over to the special effects, only knowing that he didn't have to reshoot and he didn't have to pay hardly any actors their money. So he did a couple of genius things to make that film work.
Yeah. And some of them became quite big names, like Patrick Harris.
Yeah. How does Denise Richards keep ending up being like a nuclear physicist in Bond, being like a skilled like spaceship technician in Starship Troopers?
Yeah, bloody hell, she gets about a bit, don't she? I mean, how many
very
more
clever,
actors do you want to watch?
Yeah, you think
next time she'll be president of the US or something.
she'd have been a great president in Barbie. That'd have been quite a funny joke, actually.
Yeah, Denise Richardson.
Yeah.
You're not gonna say any Christmas jokes, are you?
Yeah.
At least you got that reference.
What is her name? Something Christmas? What's the name in?
Yeah, name's
Bond?
Christmas.
Yeah, I can't remember the last.
Well, I'm surprised Bond didn't say name Christmas. Oh, it certainly come early for
nice.
me.
Yeah. He probably did.
Yeah.
Sure, he didn't.
He probably did. Yeah.
It's a tempting re-entry.
We got Jamie here, Jamie Powell, saying, "Hey all, hope you're well."
Hey!
Bloody hell, look how excited he's got just because he met him.
He's my favourite YouTuber.
Oh, that's a bit of an insult to
Oh, sod you then, Jamie. Bog off. I thought I was your favourite, you bastard. Piss off.
He likes.
That's all right, because I'm a Twitch celebrity, so.
Well, he likes Crazy J as well, don't you?
I'm his #1 fan.
Yeah. Didn't you meet Crazy J as well?
I've met him twice. I love him. I'm his #1 fan.
Do you have an autograph of him and a picture?
Yeah, I've got a picture of him on my wall.
Oh, that's good. That's good. But Jamie says, "What's the next big movie for you all? Mine now is probably Terrifier 3. And you know what? I think that's the next big film I'm looking forward to as well.
Yeah.
We both are.
Yeah.
We both really enjoyed the first two and cannot
time.
wait to see what happens with this one.
Right up my alley.
Yeah. Certainly agree. Actually, there's some pretty good threequels coming out later this year. We've got Terrifier 3, we've got Venom 3, and Sonic 3.
Sonic, yeah, that's yeah.
Is Gladiator still coming out?
Yeah, coming out in November. So what would yours be, Delboy?
What's the next big movie for me? Well, I mean, I'm excited by Terrifier because I haven't seen the other films. It was the community that got me involved with Terrifier, so I ordered them, on Steelbook and so forth. So I'm waiting for them to come through. But I can't say that excites me other than, oh, it's going to be a new series that I'm going to like. I don't know about films that are coming out now to the end of the year. I think I've run the luck now of what's coming out to the end of the year. You know, I mean, Venom will be I'll watch obviously because Marvel, Gladiator because I've seen the first one. You know, it's all like that and much like that. Where at the beginning of the year when you asked me, I said, oh yeah, I'm looking forward to the Quiet Place Day one. You know, I'm looking forward to the Planet of the Apes. The thing I haven't mentioned about Planet of the Apes is the thing that put me off is hearing that they'd already got a 9-film plan. That pisses me off. If they hadn't mentioned that, I'd have looked at that film totally different. I wish I hadn't have known that.
It's a very baffling decision to do that.
To actually mention that to me before I actually go into the film, that ruined it for me. If I didn't know that going into that film, I wouldn't have had a slightly different opinion. I just wished I'd have went in knowing that this is a film that I'm going to enjoy and it's part of the Planet of the Apes stuff. Not, oh, by the way, we've got an 8-film deal for the next 8 films coming out. I'd have gone pissing hell. You know what I mean? I was like that when I heard that, so that pissed me off.
Do you mean an extra 9 films after?
No, there's 8 more films to come. 8 films
You mean
to come.
an extra 9 films from now, or
no, 8 films from now, Jamie. 8 films from now.
Because the thing is,
9 in total, and you've seen the first of the 9 films.
Oh God!
Yeah, see what I mean? If you hadn't known that, it's like fuck that. I won't see that film before I'll probably be dead. Because it's going to take 20. You've just mapped out the next 20 years for me or something.
The thing is, I think Rise, Dawn, and War is like 3 masterpiece trilogy.
Yeah. And they want to do another 3 films followed by another 3 films followed by another 3 films. That's what they want to do.
It's the second best trilogy ever made, but Kingdom was my most anticipated film this year, and I enjoyed it, but it's not a patch on like Rise, Dawn, and War. It's not a patch on them.
No. And also with this 9-film plan, it's like, what happened if the next one flops? Then it all goes up in the air.
Yeah, it's like a waste of time.
It will, because the technology's advanced so far.
So, what film are you looking forward to next, then, Jamie? The next big movie?
I'm not really looking forward to that. I'm going to watch Terrifier 3, but I'm going to say this now. I think because it's horror, I think Terrifier 3 is going to be extremely hyped up.
Yeah.
I can tell because it's horror. I've got 1 and 2. I enjoyed the first one. I thought it was okay, but I need to finish 2. I'm a bit mixed on 2.
I tell you one that I keep seeing advertised in the cinema looks quite interesting. This Demi Moore film called The Substance.
Oh yeah,
I haven't heard of that. It's coming out on movie, but it's been advertised. It looks really stylish, the trailer does, and it looks very David Cronenberg like it does. Comes out in a couple of weeks' time. If you check out the trailer for it.
All I know is as long as they're not doing It's a Wonderful Life 2 or something, I'm all right. You know what I mean? If you really want to offend me, start doing Scrooge 2, It's a Wonderful Life 2, or something like that.
The next big film for me is, if Jamie's still watching, it'll be the Crazy Jane movie. But on a serious note, it'll be, which I hope it's going to be deliver one masterpiece this year, and I have faith in Joker 2.
The reviews haven't been amazing for it, because the reviews already out.
The first lot of reviews have been shown, or it's been test screened or something, and the first reactions are, some people have said it's a masterpiece, and I've heard it's a bit of a mess, and that I've heard it focuses too heavily on the courtroom. I've heard mixed. But I think the first Joker's like a masterpiece. I love the Joker.
I think, like with Joker 2, at least they're swinging for the fences, trying something different.
They are, yeah, yeah.
I mean, you're doing something different. You wouldn't expect that Asco, like, well, I weren't expecting that.
Yeah.
Well, no. Well, what after you watched the Joker, did you thought, oh, next one will be a musical?
It might be, but I mean, if apparently it seems like it hasn't paid off, I guess.
No.
So maybe.
But then
Is it still Todd
Yeah.
Phillips? Yeah.
The thing is, though, the first Joker's got a Metacritic of about 50 anyway. So the score isn't really much difference.
It's okay, but it's no like Taxi Driver or
No, it's just
or King of Comedy.
well, it's just like Todd Phillips said, "Here's my homework."
Yeah, exactly. But I guess if you compare it to them, then it's bound to fail. But I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Flawed in a lot of ways, you know.
Let's piss Jamie off. Batman doesn't exist, Jamie, right? That universe, right? There is no such thing as DC Comics, right? It's all in your imagination. There is only Marvel. Sorry, mate.
Spider-Man is the heart of Marvel, and he defies what Marvel is. We've got a good one here by Mac Chat saying the studio must think Minecraft is next year's Barbie. Just pick someone in pink and job done. I wonder what film is out the same day. You just know the studio will try another Barbenheimer.
Yeah.
Isn't Gladiator?
I think Pete, I think you said it best. It's about 5 years too late. It should have been sold at the time that the developers still had it, not sold it to Minecraft.
Yeah, Microsoft.
You know, then you might have something of a vision. Otherwise, Microsoft certainly don't give a shit what it looks like or how it is.
I personally, I will probably watch it, but I don't really care for it because I've never.
Well, that's it. I think we all can turn around and say, "Well, I'll probably watch it," because we love films regardless of whether they're shit or not. In fact, we come away going, "I hope it's the shittier the better," because I've got more to say about it. But it's just that I don't want to think like that anymore. I want to go in enjoying a film. I don't want something that's a bad idea, or you know, I mean, this is a bad idea, I think. But
well, at the end of the day, it's a teaser trailer, and it doesn't really reveal anything about what the film's going to look like. So hopefully, it will do a 180, and people go into it not expecting much, and come out and go, you know what, it's not bad. That's the best case scenario.
I haven't seen a trailer.
Oh, you're in for a treat.
Yeah, because you can tap any story onto it, and it might be quite good. I mean, you're quite right, Pete. We're condemning it before it comes out, and I feel bad that I'm actually following suit with it. It's just that visually, what I saw didn't appeal. But it's a long way off. Yeah. So
it's coming out the same day as Sonic 3. You said it wasn't going to move for it. Yeah. Maybe that'll be a thing.
Mufasa the Hedgehog.
Yeah, Mufasa the Hedgehog. Maybe.
And you got Wicked and Gladiator.
Yeah, that might be like that, but yeah. Neither of them are like original.
Wicked-ator.
Yeah. Very good.
Wicked.
Yeah.
I don't know. Nothing's got the same ring as the Barbenheimer.
No, it'll never happen again.
That's the problem. They're going to chase that trend, and it's probably going to bankrupt them.
I don't think it was even a thing, really. Were people really watching both?
It was just a joke, and people kind of got onto it. And it was two interesting films. It was a Christopher Nolan film, and people were going to go and see that come what may. And then Barbie was just a novel idea, and people wanted to see it.
Yeah, because Greta Gerwig is an art house director, so when you get that perfect combo of like mainstream fluff,
her name wasn't big enough to attract people, but I think people were just curious.
The Barbie thing and Ryan Gosling would attract people.
Something here. Have you lot heard of a film called Bombshell?
Yes.
Yeah.
So in the film Bombshell, it's got Margot Robbie and Kate McKinnon, and obviously it's about news anchor and all that. And there's a scene where Margot Robbie's walking round to her office or something, and Kate McKinnon goes to her. co-anchor Barbie or something like that. And I reckon that's probably where we got Barbie from.
Interesting theory.
Yeah, that's how I predicted it. Wow.
That's what I think.
Bombshells in the Barbie universe now.
Yeah.
Well, she did champion Barbie to be made, so you could well be.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, her production team helped made it as well.
Yeah, I always thought Barbie was a really good idea.
If you
I
said
never.
co-anchor Barbie and Bombshell was like 2016 or 2017.
I think, like, even though on the surface you think, oh, it'd just be a woman film, I think a lot of men were just interested in it to see how it go and went and watched it as well.
Yeah, I think they kind of ruined it with all that kind of feminist grandstanding. I think they could have done with less of that.
Mm.
Well, there's anything wrong with that, but it's just too on the nose. You want it to be
Wow.
subtle.
It did better than G.I. Joe and all of those films, so there you are.
And also that America Ferrera speech, as you said, that was.
Yeah. When it worked was when the comedy was strong.
That was probably one of the best comedies in the past few years.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. But again, it's okay because you're making a man look, silly.
And
Yeah,
at the
how it
end of the
usually
day,
is.
none of the Kens kind of went anywhere, did they? Like,
No, they all lived in their own little Ken world, didn't they? They didn't really understand. That was the funny thing. And that's fine. But I wish that you could do that. We could all be in on that joke, and everyone could.
no, unfortunately, not everybody could because they'll be upset and
Yeah.
go on Twitter and moan about it.
Exactly. Yeah.
And just go, oh, it's a movie, and there'll be another one come along that probably will work for people. But nah, we'll just moan about it.
I wonder if Barbie is keeping that afloat. Maybe when we said the title, maybe Barbie will.
Maybe
The success of that is a bit of a, thing that people are chasing.
But I think whether they do a sequel, because they're going to do a sequel, I do wonder maybe that might be a flop.
That would be a flop. I think it would be a flop by the standards of the first film. But
Maybe, I don't know. It'd be interesting. But will that film hold in time, like 10 years' time, when people say, oh, that's good? I doubt it.
I think when regular people saw it, like my mum watched it, and she never goes to cinema unless I take her.
Yeah.
She was just talking about Ken.
Yeah.
I think most regular people were just finding Ken funny.
Well, that's the thing. It's called Barbie, but everybody preferred Ken.
Yeah, and like the song was at the Oscars, and they had like, what is it?
I'm just Ken.
T-shirt. Yeah, and I'm just Ken, and like there's a T-shirt as well. What was that? I can't remember anyway, but people were all talking about Ken. They don't like to admit it, but yeah. That was
the one saving thing that I got from that whole Barbie affair was that it was a David and Goliath thing. As far as I'm concerned, it was, which one are you going to go and watch, Oppenheimer or Barbie? Right? From a public perspective, it was a David and Goliath moment. And it was like, so you can make a 3-hour film with all of these people, and basically Barbie can kick its ass. That's what I think. And I think a lot of people tried to make that stick just because they wanted to. It's like, oh, I'm going to go and see Barbie now just to piss Oppenheimer fans off. I swear people did that. But we have to remember that we should embrace films like Barbie, because we've got to give kids something to watch. No, it's no good making all these Oppenheimer, broadcast news, all of that sort of stuff, films that are very highbrow and give nothing for the kiddies to watch. And there's very few kiddies stuff. I mean, we have got cartoons and computer generated stuff and all of that. But I mean, Barbie is a true doll, that you can actually go out and buy at the end of the film and actually have in your bedroom and with a dollhouse and all of this sort of stuff. You can't do that with Oppenheimer. Yeah, I'm going to get a bomb and blow up the bloody bedroom upstairs. You know what I mean?
I think like with Barbie and Oppenheimer, everybody won.
Everybody won.
There was something for everybody, and they both did well. Oppenheimer didn't make $1 billion, but it was like a darn sight close to it.
Yeah.
and both those films basically made cinema, brought it back to life.
It got people talking, and it got bums on seats, and that's all Hollywood was interested in. That's it. Now, I saw Oppenheimer at an IMAX theater, and my God, what a film!
Yeah.
Right. I wouldn't even consider seeing Barbie at an IMAX theater. Right.
Oppenheimer was my favorite film of last year.
Yeah, but that's because of Nolan. We know what you mean with that. Don't start with me, Jamie. I know exactly what you're.
Jamie, what's your thoughts on Insomnia by Christopher Nolan?
I like it.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
Yeah, we enjoyed that.
Yeah, that was good.
Best. It's not his best, but it is a good, solid film.
Yeah.
Are you going to buy all the new Nolan films that are coming out in the next month that have been reissued?
But they're like 40 odd quid out there.
Yes. Because they're Nolan, are you buying them?
I will get them eventually.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's all right. I just know where. I just want to make sure that my brain is correct and I know exactly where you're coming from, Jamie. It's all right. I think I've got it now.
It's like I've just added another addition to the Nolan collection. It was only DVD, but it was, his first film he did, The Following.
Oh, yeah.
I got it on DVD in my local CX for like £2.50.
There's like a Blu-ray of it as well now.
I know there's a Blu-ray. I need that on Blu-ray, the 101 release, and I want the 101 release of Memento on Blu-ray. The special edition. And
there's the box. Yeah, there's the big box set Memento.
Yeah, I will get them eventually.
Oh, I've got that. It's a brilliant set.
Yeah, I will get them eventually.
Yeah. Then Hardry says, Spider-Man, Wolverine, and Captain America are my favourite superheroes on the Marvel side, and when it comes to DC, it's just Superman.
Oh, that's pissed off Jamie.
But he's going on about Tom Welland's Superman from Smallville was his personal favourite. I love that version of Clark Kent.
Ooh. Christopher Reeve.
Oh, you're not going to like mine.
What, Henry Cavill?
I like Christopher Reeve, sorry. I'm old school.
In my opinion, there's only one Superman.
Who is it? Henry Cavill?
That's me, isn't it? You found out I'm Superman, haven't you? You found out already.
Will always be Superman, and you're just gonna look at me and go, "What the fuck?" But I personally think Man of Steel is the best Superman film ever made.
Oh God! No. What do you think of this documentary though of Christopher Reeve? This Superman thing.
I've heard this is supposed to be really good. The trailer, people have been very emotional about it.
I've not seen the originals.
You've never seen the originals?
I've got them.
Well, bloody get and watch then, you miserable bastard.
I've seen Superman Returns. I've seen Superman Returns, Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, Justice League, Snyder. I've seen them, but I've just not seen the originals.
You know what? He's going to watch one of them, the original ones. He'll watch Quest for Peace first.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, he will, won't he? Yeah.
I am aware that one of the original ones gets hit or something. Is it Quest for Peace?
Yes. The fourth one.
The third one.
Fourth.
Fucking hell. Is that bad then, the fourth?
It's bad.
Yeah, it's Canon Films on a budget.
Basically, Christopher Reeve had a story, wanted to direct it.
Yeah.
And all of the money that he was promised, he didn't get.
Fuck.
And they pretty much took it all away, cut it to shreds. It came out and it's worse than. Have you ever seen He-Man?
He-Man?
The Masters of the Universe with Dolph Lundgren.
Yeah.
No, I've heard of it.
Right. Anything like that is a canon film, and it's worse than that. that had at least some redeeming features. At least it had a nice musical key thing. That's about all I can say about
But
that.
that bankrupt the company and closed them.
Yeah,
didn't it?
basically, they overstretched themselves. They were going to do Spider-Man film for a long time.
Yeah, they gone from doing like stuff like a Charles Bronson film to doing that.
Yeah. They were the Golden Boys, and then basically
In the middle.
went.
This one.
No,
Yeah.
Anyway,
Okay.
do watch, Jamie, the original film, but do
Yeah.
watch the first one and then the second one, and just remember the years that they came out on. That's all you got to do. Just remember the years they came out. It's 1978. I mean, we're talking, you know, Star Wars had just come out, and you had to try and make people believe that a man could fly.
Yeah,
Right.
I know. Yeah.
Well,
We're not talking your Harvey, you know, we're not talking about your bloody Snyder stuff. We're talking really like 25 years before that.
yeah.
Who's the guy who played him in the New Adventures of Superman?
Oh, well, right, you saw that series. That was good.
What's his name again?
I know.
Oh, with Terry
Oh,
Hatcher.
that comment.
Oh, I've got Superboy on DVD. Nobody even talks about that as a TV series.
Read the comment that's just popped up.
I bet in a couple of years there'll be a petition to release the Roth cut of Borderlands, just like the Snyder cut of Justice League.
Harley Wednesday, that's classic. That.
Mark Chat, yeah, Mark Chats, yeah.
I watched half of Madam Web. There was probably a plot, but you know Sydney Sweeney. That's all I can remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I told you, Madam Web.
But the thing is, I never heard of Sydney Sweeney until that film came out.
Yeah. It was like a perfect storm for
You don't
that.
got-
Anyone but you and that immaculate. And she apparently did a really good skit on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
Sydney Sweeney has only got 2 redeeming qualities.
I wonder what they are.
Yes,
What are they, Jamie? Come on, tell us.
huge knockers. That's it.
Well, so far you've talked about the 2 gays and now huge knockers. So I mean, I don't know how many more people you want to offend out there. You know what I mean? But
Maybe we should get a face spot sometime. Look into that.
Yeah. His eyes will just work their way down.
Yeah.
And she'll say, my head's up here, you know. Matt Chat says, any Terence Hill and Bud Spencer fans? I watched Super Snoopy, Super Fuzz on YouTube last night. One of my favourites from my childhoods.
Terence Hill, I've heard of. Bud Spencer.
No, never heard of Bud Spencer. I've heard of Terence Hill. Never heard of Super Snoop either.
Yeah.
So I've heard of it as well.
Yeah, Sawyer said he's heard of it. I love Snoop Snooper. Must admit, I hate that fucking song that's playing constantly throughout the film.
We're exactly 2 hours behind the.
Well, yeah, we're 2 hours behind on the comments.
I know.
Pardon?
Oh, God.
Yeah, we've got loads, hundreds, no doubt.
Gads.
Right, we'll have to speed up.
Yeah,
One
we'll
word
speak.
answers. One word, masterpiece, shit, yeah, whatever.
Steve says, Astrobot Dow, haha, I played the original one on my PS5 and I think it was almost 15 minutes before I hit uninstall. Though I've never been a fan of cutesy games.
No, I know that I know he doesn't like cutesy games. But to me, it's not about what it looks like and cutesy and all of that sort of stuff. It's whether actually, as a mechanic, a game mechanic, it works. And whether, and whether it's fun. If it's got some fun, I can go past some of its shortcomings. And this is why I don't think of it as getting a 10 out of 10 and all that sort of stuff. It's got problems, but it's just that I think it's near damn there because it tries to appease everybody. There's a nostalgia part to it. I mean, it nods itself at about every Sony character that there is in the whole universe. And it ties that into the mechanic of the game story. So I mean, you've got to turn around and say probably one of its biggest selling points. And from
It makes the PlayStation 5. It makes the PlayStation 5 feel alive, really, because of how it uses the console in the game. For me, it feels very much like a Nintendo game at its heart. So much creativity.
I feel I've entered a cartoon when I'm playing it. The controller seems it's so easy. Really, there's only 2 buttons when you're playing it. You know what I mean? There's 2 buttons and an ability button for each of the worlds. You know what I mean? But because of that, it's simple and complex all the same time. It's taken everything that Nintendo has ever said about how to design a game and said, go run with this. And Sony have said, we will then, and done it. There you are.
And it also feels in like in the current climate with so many different like flops and so many forced politics in certain games. This is just wipe the slate clean, just pure, unadulterated fun. It is, and that's what a lot of people just want.
Yeah, I mean,
to go down that Jamie's. How could you say that there are pronouns and gays and homosexuals or any of that in that game? You can't. It is just pick it up, have fun.
But it's a game that can be enjoyed by anybody.
It's a bit like Black Myth Wukong. People said it's not diverse enough, but they're all animals in it.
I know.
Anyway.
I know.
You're all like, you know.
Well, going on that same sort of tread line.
I know.
We got Max Chat saying, any of you bigots that the happy that
read both. Yeah, and then we'll talk about them because they're both.
Well, Max Chat says, any of you bigots happy about the Ackle shite got the axe. What a time we live in. If the consumer doesn't like it, what's been sold, then they're an historphobe.
Yeah.
And Sorry continues to say, have you seen that the acolyte writer Leslie Headland, aka former personal assistant to Harvey Weinstein, who turned a blind eye to his crimes, wants to make a James Bond film?
I mean, the thing about, you know, this is what I feel. The Acolyte, we watched the promotion coming out, and it came out immediately saying everybody who hates this show must be an historphobe. And it's not even just that. It's the immaturity, the way they talked about the show. They didn't seem like they cared about Star Wars or cared about the show. They cared about the message they were kind of putting out. You know, that was all it was about. It wasn't, you know, when you watch Diego Luna or I'm blanking on her name now, but the one who played Mon Mothma, they talk like they know, they've read about the character, they've understood the motivations of the character, which is what any actor should do, and they're very intelligent. But you've got like Leslie Headland and Amanda Stenberg giving this giggling interview about
children.
It being the gayest Star Wars, which it probably is, but it's not that gay, really.
No, actually, there wasn't really much to do with that sort of stuff anyway. There was no relationship in it at all, really.
As if that's a selling point.
No, it isn't. It was a poorly written, poorly directed and acted show that that had glimmers of hope, but completely wasted it with some horrendous.
Yeah, why can't you these days have an opinion where you just turn around and say, I don't like it because it's just crap? Why is it that I've got to be, I don't like Superman because I don't like blokes in tights? I think it's wrong that men go around in blue tights and have their knickers around the outside. People liked the Superman film or didn't like the Superman film back in 1977. There wasn't an agenda where it says you can't have a bloke in tights.
But unfortunately, a lot of the people who are upset on Twitter don't want to have a discussion about it.
No.
They just want to throw names about without having a conversation. Like, we've had a conversation tonight about films we like and don't like, and we have a discussion about it. We don't throw names about. We're like, glad you like the film, but it didn't work for us.
No matter how much we seethe inside, if someone likes a film we don't like, we just respect that opinion. And you know, if we don't like it, you say that's a shame. But I did enjoy it, and that's a good thing.
But the thing is, like, they're saying, like, oh, we need to renew it. We need to renew it. No one come out to watch it.
No one watched it, and it's that fallacy of the modern audience who don't exist. The people, I bet half the people on Twitter who are asking for it to be renewed didn't watch it at the time. Most people who watched it watched it because they hated it. We watched it.
Yeah,
we hated it.
yeah.
Yeah, and most people, like, I think, you know, a lot of these kind of phrases we're hearing, we know we watch the same YouTubers that probably, and you know, they're the people who are being honest. I think they do have their own agenda, which doesn't really align with mine. But I still have, I hate it as much as they do.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And I hate this kind of forced, because you can always tell if somebody puts a trans woman in something, you can always tell. You know, like they put a trans woman in The Acolyte.
Yes.
She's not going to go on a poster on my wall.
No.
It's a shit character. It was a shit episode.
And the power of many. What a terrible thing.
My goodness. Yeah. One of the worst things, you know, it couldn't be further from Star Wars. It was rubbish.
and then what they did in the final episode, teasing a character for the first time.
Oh, goodness me.
It's amazing. You only got to read really like the first 5 lines of Star Wars, isn't it? It's like it was a time of unrest, and there was 2 sides, the Rebel Alliance, and all of this sort of stuff. You know, it was. So what's this nonsense that you've just come out with? It's almost like you haven't even read the first 5 lines of the text that comes up at the beginning of Star Wars.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting.
A New Hope. It says A New Hope. You know, I mean, it says it in 3 words, doesn't it? A New Hope. So what the Acolyte doesn't even embrace that.
It's a very, you know, and like to mention Andor again, that gets it. That's exactly what you get.
With Andor, it could slip right into that original trilogy.
Yeah.
You could push that in, and that would feel very organic to it. With the Acolyte, it just feels totally unlike it. The Jedi are essentially intergalactic social services.
Yeah. I mean, with Star Wars right now, I mean, Delboy's talking about Marvel and how they kind of, and some things don't adhere to the source material. We're away from that, you know. We don't even need it to be with the source material. We just need something that's even good as its own thing, not even working as a piece of fiction on its own.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened. I mean, and we've got the Skeleton Crew coming out.
People, it just feels it's not what Star Wars needed. If Andor come out first, then Skeleton Crew, give us a hit first, then give us a child-like sort of show. But it's not needed at the moment. I think probably in time, after if Star Wars gets back on its feet, I think it'll probably look good. But a Mandalorian movie, not needed.
No, not needed.
And then you got Star Wars Outlaws as well. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's a whole different
can of worms.
And again, it's the same. The thing that, I mean, you know, I don't know. Should we talk about what they did to that character and the, you know?
You need to talk about it, yeah.
Well, they've given her that. Well, so we've looked into like facial features that are feminine and masculine, and they've given her a man's chin. And it's bizarre because the original model for that character did not have that. She's a very feminine looking woman, beautiful woman.
Yeah.
And they've just,
it's
I
like,
don't know what they've done.
Why did you get a real person to like body capture and all this when you've done somebody totally different?
Yeah, and now they've gone to excluding beautiful women from video games. And you think, how is that equality?
Yeah.
You know, it's bizarre the way things are going, but hopefully.
Well, at least we have something to counteract it. Stellar
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when's that movie coming out?
But watch that in 4K.
Yeah, definitely. But and we've seen Concord Dustborn fail, so hopefully that's going to have the same effect.
Yeah, and I'm pretty certain Leslie Headland won't get a mitts on James Bond. I don't think it'll happen. She's expressed interest. She can have an interest, but it's not welcome.
Bond is a masculine character. You can't change Bond, and they've tried to, and it's not really working, is it?
Bond as a depressed middle-aged man, doesn't really work.
No.
Have him as a Lothario like he is in the older films.
Yeah,
it's a sort of wonder, sort of leave your brain at the door.
Yeah.
fantasy.
You don't even need to leave your brain at the door.
Well, these people do.
Yeah.
Bond is a parody of himself. He's a fossil out of time.
Who's your
Pretty much
favourite
now.
Bond?
As much as I've grown up watching Bond through the years, the more I look at him, I just go, "You're a joke on yourself." I watch them all now and think the same.
What you
I love
say?
them, and I can watch them, and I can get great enjoyment out of them, and I can remember why I like them and all of that sort of stuff. And I don't dislike really many of them. It's just that when you think about real life, it's a parody of itself. That's what you have to look at.
Certain things don't. But certain things don't work these days. But the Casino Royale Daniel Craig would still work now, I think.
Well, yeah, it was chasing the Bourne train, and it works. No Time to Die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, John Wick is a masculine character. You know, no one's trying to change him to make him, you know.
But he has still got that bit of emotional side to him, especially when it comes to his wife and his little puppy.
But they're all like that. All the action heroes have that.
Casino Royale should work because it's his first mission, isn't it? It's like you're an orphan, you've been brought up into the service. This is you going out on your first mission. He's scared to death, but he's got to become a 00. That's the story. So it should work. And and I don't think you could actually foul that story up. It's just all the others about diamonds in space and lasers and all of this sort of stuff. You know, Fleming was just writing stories.
Well, still like A View to a Kill, where Roger Moore's like 60 and he's dating a girl that's like 40 years his junior, and her mum's younger than him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. You have to. Sometimes you got to look at these things in real world terms, and you just got to go, "That's wrong on so many levels."
Yeah, some things just don't work on a gut level. If you watch them, you know, from the 60s, you can recontextualize it as being the 60s. But if they were to if you try to make a Carry On movie now, it wouldn't work.
No,
those kind of jokes don't work anymore. But it's not because they're offensive particularly, it's just that we've heard them all and
and we've kind of moved on from that. That's the thing.
I think that, you know, this whole thing about being offended by stuff, I want to be in on, like I say, I want to be in on the joke. I don't mind if people joke
isn't
about
the whole
me.
point of like cinema and art as a whole is to
challenge you
to kind of raise questions and again be a bit offended.
You said Matt Smith.
Matt Smith's pointed it out. He said it's like sanitizing a lot of our stories, sanitizing our villains. And it makes us, he said, it makes like the viewers, like they're stupid. He said, like, you go to the see art on the in the gallery or go to the theatre and you get these warnings. Stupid.
Yeah. Well, the warnings spoil the film.
That's true,
they?
All that bollocks about Enid Blyton and taking out all of the characters that were this and turning them into frogs instead or something and all this sort of shit. Well, for goodness sake, it's a word, right? Gollywog, right? It's a word, right? In music, I was told to play a certain scale. And it was all black notes. And the reason they called them slave notes is because that's what happened on slaver ships. They sang songs in a certain key and they called it the slave octave. You know, I mean, at the end, you shouldn't be scared to use words. And that's what I think is happening at the moment. They make me scared to say something in case I offend
and
someone.
also the changing of history. Like messing about with history, saying like stuff happened or there was more this, more that back in the day.
Pete and I were going to discuss that in one of my streams because there's a game where it's set in like the 16th century and you're going to be trading on a boat from port to port. And one of the commodities that you cannot actually trade is slaves. Yet that would have been the biggest commodity to actually have been around at that time. In other words, we're going to take this out, even though it's history, kids. We're going to take that out. We'll change slaves to cheese. Oh, okay. You know what I mean? It's like, what? It's like
Yeah.
saying rats weren't on boats that spread disease. Of course they did.
Yeah, you don't want to be anti-rat.
Well, yeah, the thing is, you've got to have these things there because
Yeah, you don't
to
want to
see
hurt
how far
Roland.
we've come.
You know, it's a great artist would put that in and make it look abhorrent. You know, to us today, it would look abhorrent, but if they were brave, it would be normal in the game because it was normal then.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
it would get people thinking like, "Wow, we
better get back to we
civilization."
better get back to movies before Jamie falls asleep.
I know. And we've got way behind, aren't we?
Yeah,
I knew that would take a long time.
but that is a deep conversation, isn't it? To have.
Well, yeah, it's the big thing at the minute in movies,
It is,
isn't it? Yeah,
and in games.
Everything. Yeah.
So we have Nerdy Film Girl here saying, "Hi everyone, hope you're all doing well. Cheers." Hey, Nerdy Film Girl, hope you're doing well. She says, "I'll watch the replay." I said, "Oh, never mind. I thought it was over and I missed it. I watched what I
Really?
missed."
Couldn't be more wrong.
No.
You got an epic to watch tomorrow.
Yeah, we got Gary here saying, "Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Gary."
Hello, Gary.
Looks like he's fast asleep.
Nice to meet Gary again.
Right, let's have a look here. We got sorry saying hello to Nerdy Film Girl. Right, I think Mac Chat's continuing on about the recent subject we were talking about. The most amazing part of all that was every male director who made films for Reinstein were under attack. Surely they knew what they was getting onto, yet his PA got offered Star Wars. What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, we all know what we think about that.
Yeah, we do.
It's just par for the course, isn't it?
All of his convictions in Britain have been squashed, haven't they? Wasn't that on the news the other day?
No,
I honestly don't know.
I'm not sure.
We got Minhaji saying he didn't like Trap. Trap was crap, but that's just my opinion. If anyone else,
Trap. And that film we watched
yeah,
today.
it was crap. I'm glad to hear. Great. Oh, well, that's good to hear, mate. Sorry that you didn't have as much enjoyment as we did out of it.
A lot of potholes.
Yeah.
If you can't get past them, which is fair enough, then you're not going to enjoy it.
Cauldron of Stardust says, "We love you, Dal."
Ah, thank you very much. I'm not dead.
We've got Sai saying, "I honestly think I'm one of the few that hated long legs. All style, no substance." I can definitely think that some people will definitely not like it because of Nicolas Cage. I think Nicolas Cage is either make it or break it for some people, and maybe the ending.
Yeah, well, the way it's directed is quite cold, but I think that kind of works for the film. But yeah, I can see why you would think that couldn't jive with you in a way.
And
so is that when the film comes out in the autumn? Is it called Daddy?
Oh, I'll be screaming him.
Yeah, well, it is autumn.
Ah!
So it is Daddy.
Now,
we should call it that now.
Now you didn't like Daddy Longlegs either. I don't
am.
like him, to be honest. While Sai says to Minhaji, we're in the minority. Well, no, it makes for a great discussion.
It's become a majority now.
Yeah. Well, I think it could be like a 50-50. Like, I can see a lot of people liking it or some not too keen on it.
Yeah.
There's elements in it.
Is it A24?
No. But it feels like it. We have MacChat saying, "Does anyone else organize their collection by genre? Horror, comedy, action, sci-fi, they're all easy. But then you have a ton that were like, what are you? Where do you go?"
Yeah.
Well, I've got a very simple answer to that in the fact that I moved from a 3-bedroom house into a 1-room, so everything is just in, crates. But I've got a lovely program that puts them into whatever genre I want to put it in, alphabetical order, director order. So it's ever so nice because I could just print out if I want to have it in sci-fi order. So it's great.
Well, here it's in just format order, I'd say.
You just stuff them in, don't you?
Well, they are in format order.
Your Switch game.
Jamie? Jamie, what order is your collection in?
I need to sort it all out. Obviously, there's a big bookcase there. So I've got thousands and hundreds.
Thousands and hundreds.
So basically, I've got my box sets at
I
the
know some
top.
cakes.
I've got my MCU with the collectible sleeve. I've got all the non-MCU films like the X-Men, Howard the Duck, Hulk, Daredevil, Blade.
Can I see?
Is that Chucky up there?
I was going to
What?
say, is that the Chunky collection? Chucky collection?
Is
Yeah,
that the Chucky collection?
Yeah, and then here I've got horror stuff. I've got the Halloween, the Arrows, the John Wick, Planet of the Apes, Star Wars, and I've got all horror down here. I'm trying to do the genre thing, and then
Where's the Batman's Dead collection?
that's in the hallway in the bedroom.
All right, yeah.
So I'm trying to put them in genre, but I'm not really working out. Because I've got sci-fi, and then I've done a video game section, a music section, a western, war films. I'm trying to do the genre, but I don't know if it's a good idea.
Oh,
It is difficult because just like we've had a thing up, it said, then you've got a section that goes, "What the fuck? Where do I put this?" But I'm going to ask you a question now, and I just want a quick answer from you. Are you excited about the Penguin coming out shortly?
I will
TV
watch
series?
it. Yeah, I will watch it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's all. I just wanted to know what your thoughts were. Great.
I
Thank you
will
very
watch
much,
it.
Jamie.
Yeah, the trailer does look good, actually.
Jamie, what's your thoughts on Mask of the Phantasm?
Oh, the first Batman animated at cinema.
Wait, let me just see.
Well, what's your thoughts on it, Dal?
I bought that on Laserdisc when it came out.
Mm.
That's how much I love that.
Yeah, it is a great film.
The sound and the sound of it was brilliant at the cinema. I remember the sound very much being in my mind. When I think about it now, it's the one thing that comes back to me because it's not really highly stylized or animated, but I thought from a story point of view and the sound, how the sound was done, that was brilliant.
Mm.
I couldn't wait to get it on Laserdisc. Yeah.
Oh, he's got the DVD.
Yeah.
I like it. I've watched it once. It's really good.
You liked it? You watched it once? Once? It's Batman, man. It's Batman, man. You should have watched it more than once. Once. Bloody hell.
We've got Cauldron of Stardust here saying, I'm taking a Bollywood course this semester. Never watched any Bollywood before this class, but I find I'm enjoying them a lot. Have any of you watched any Indian films?
I have done in the past. I'm not a big fan of Bollywood. It was just that we used to live next door to a family that basically, an Indian family. And when you used to go round their house, there would be a Bollywood film on.
Watched any of what? Sorry,
Bollywood type films.
What like?
Wow, anything that's by Bollywood. In Indian, they do Indian superhero films.
Most of their films are like 3 hours long. Aren't they?
They're very long.
They are. They're bloody long, and they're usually romantic. Girl meets boy.
I know that
There's always a wedding in a Bollywood film.
There's one that came out a few years ago called Triple R. Everybody kept talking about.
I've seen. I know there's one that a lot of people like called Three Idiots. I told you about it the other day. It is a really good film. I think it's about these college students, and there's quite a lot of dark stuff in it.
But they're
which
a bit
is surprising.
idiots.
Yeah, it's not kind of what you'd think. It's not like a sort of American Pie type thing.
No.
But yeah, and I watched one with I think that Khan. Imran Khan is the famous Bollywood actor.
Yeah.
He's a bomb disposal expert. There's one point in the film where they say, he's a bomb disposal expert. He's got 100% record, and I thought, if you're a bomb disposal expert, surely if you don't have 100% record, you're dead.
Yeah.
But they're the two films I've seen.
Oh, you're missing a limb.
Yeah.
Never seen a Bollywood film.
Like I said, I think I've seen a couple. Most of them have got musical numbers. Not all, but a lot of them have. A huge amount of them have. so they do alienate me. I think I saw the first one I saw was like Gregory's Girl, but a Bollywood edition. You can imagine that.
Mm.
And it's just like they're at the, when they're doing the finger dancing, it would be a full out Bollywood dance routine. You know what I mean? With all their all that sort of stuff, right? I'm not trying to piss anybody off, but they do tend to be very long and got a musical number in it somewhere.
Mm. Cauldron
There's
did
one
say,
about,
watching one. What were you saying, Amy?
No, I was just going to say there's one about cricket I won't mind watching.
Mm.
Apparently it's quite good. Yeah.
I think I've heard that there's one about cricket and it was quite good. I heard Mark Komodo talking about it.
Was he?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. I just got done watching 2 of the 3 hours of Kaki 2898.
Kalki.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's an Indian version of a Marvel film set in the future with some traditional Hindi lore.
They tried to bring this into the Marvels. Is a lot of Hindu.
Yeah, I see that in the trailers.
It didn't work. Basically, they all they did, I think, was piss people off because they don't understand it themselves. I don't think pretty much.
Yeah, just whoa. We got
Well, I always thought isn't she Pakistani? The one who plays them.
Oh, what, Miss Marvel?
Miss Marvel, yeah.
Yeah, I think she.
Yeah, but there were in Marvels they brought all 3 in. The kiddie one has some lore in it, where there was all the trains and all that sort of stuff, where they got people out of India and all of that sort of stuff. That's all true and all of that. They tried to build a story around it and then bring ancient lore with with bangles and all this sort of stuff. When actually Captain Marvel is all about bangles, but it's because he's cosmic. So they tried to bring Hindu lore into a cosmic thing, and that's what I'm trying to say. It don't work. You're trying too hard to now bring an ethnic thing into something that was a pure cosmic thing. And that's where I'm saying, slow down and stop and think for a moment. Just because you want to start bringing in a different type of audience, because you'll alienate that audience, and then the people that you're alienating who don't like it, that you tried to entice, the other people didn't want it in the first place and are boycotting it because you tried to. So then you've pissed off everyone.
That's the thing.
Yeah, you can just make it about her culture. You don't have to make the powers themselves be, from that. You can just make it you can make an interesting story.
There's a Hindu Spider-Man. There's a
comic
book.
There is. He's in that Spider-Verse.
He looks like Prince of Persia with some Spider-Man type costume.
Yeah, he does. Yeah,
and it was quite a good 4-part miniseries, but I don't want to see a whole film on it.
No. Mac Chat says, Stout, I didn't know you had a banger in your heart. Hope you're doing good. You look sprightly for someone who had a heart attack only a few days ago. Time to start looking after yourself. He continues to say the body ages long before the brain. That's the sad part. You're 21 in your head one day and the next you're sucking on tubes. All spring chickens here will learn that soon enough.
The one thing I've learned, Mac, is basically not to let trolls and people get me down. I'm trying to enjoy myself with like-minded people. If I can do them a favor, hopefully they can do a favor for me. I just want to get on with everybody. I don't want hassle, arguments. All I want to do is just educate. Well, not, give out what knowledge I've got based on I was around. And learn from you guys, because you guys tell me about stuff that I've never even heard of. I'm going, what the bloody hell? And then I can go away, look at that and go, hey, now I've learned something new and I've passed on something that you didn't know. And that's me. That's me in a nutshell, really. That's all I want to be.
Yeah, it's a shame that more people don't think about that. I think there's a lot of people now who don't actually think about what life's all about and just get on the internet and just nasty.
Look, I can understand people being pissed off for a year, half a year. At the end of the day, though, if that person dies or something while you're in that point of view of I hate that bastard or whatever it is, There's no way that you can change your mind on that thing. And anybody that comes up and says, "Oh, I really liked him," your opinion will always be, "I never got to resolve my conflict with him or her." So basically, as far as I'm concerned, complete bastard. You know, and that you don't want to go to your grave thinking that people are along those lines. So if somebody's got a problem with me right now, contact me. Let's resolve those issues. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to go to my grave knowing that I've upset you or pissed you off, or you've pissed me off. I'm open to people that I fell out with 9 years ago. Christ, that was 9 years ago, mate. Christ, I've had how many dinners since then? That's how I look at it now.
Yeah.
I've slept 9 million times or something since that argument we had.
Well, I remember, like, I had, you know, because I used to have a lot of arguments with my dad politically.
Yeah.
And there was just one year where I suddenly thought, what's the point in all this? Like, you know, life's too short kind of thing, basically. And I'm glad I did, because, you know, he is ill now. But I'm glad that I realized that before, you know, because I would have realized it then. But, you know, sometimes you just have to think, like, what is life about? Kind of thing.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't.
Anyway, thank you very much, and allowing me just to say that my objectives now in life are totally different after a heart attack. I could have gone any way. They did tell me that. Mild ones are just as bad as hard, you know, really harsh heart attacks. In fact, the mild ones can creep up on you. So there you are.
Yeah.
Oh, we're glad that he's here today, aren't we?
Well, yeah. At least, you know, you've got people looking at you and looking at you.
Yeah, the hardest thing is lying to your mum at 83. She knows I've got to go back. And the reason she knows I've got to go back is I told her that I had a heart episode. She goes, "What does that mean?" I said, "Something happened when I had the flu, mum, that caused my heart to, you know, go mental. And I had to go in and have some little procedure done to correct that." That's all I told her. She doesn't know anything about the fact that I had a heart attack. I was clutching my chest. You know, all of that sort of stuff. She don't know it. And, you know, and that's the best way to deal with it when you've got an 83-year-old mother. She's still infuriating and having an argument with me. Good, I said. I want it to be the same. I don't want it to change. You know, like, you're stressing me out. I want you to be the same mum that you were, and that is piss me off every now and again. You know?
Yeah, that is the thing, isn't it? You don't want people to treat you differently when you want to know that person as they were before. You don't.
I mean, I haven't seen Jamie in a long time, but I wouldn't want Jamie to change his tact because I've had a heart attack.
Yeah.
Right, Jamie, you call me a bastard like you were, whatever it was, you know, several years ago or whatever. I don't care. You know I love you, man. So don't worry about it. Next question. Otherwise, we'll be here till 2025.
Here's one that is divisive. Did he say Speed 2 is better? That's a scorching hot take.
Yeah, you did, Pete.
Yeah,
you said Speed 2's
Well,
better.
I don't think it's better than Speed 1, but I think it's a quality action film from the 90s. Up there with some of Steven Seagal's finest.
It's a piece of shit, and you know it.
The thing is, with Speed 2, I've seen parts of it. I think I've seen the last 15 to 20 minutes. But the thing, they only did this, and I'm like, yeah, you had to do that, is at the very, 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 very end of Speed 2, a bus goes by at the very end, and I'm like, you just had to do that. But other than that, I think I've seen the last 20 minutes that's set on the ship or the boat or something like that, and that's about it.
Very similar.
Yeah.
But Speed is an absolute classic. I love Speed.
Well, I'm pretty certain if you watch the full Speed 2, Jamie, you'll come out and say, you know something? It's a masterpiece.
You bloody well won't be, Jamie. I can tell you now. You'll be coming out going, what the arse have I just watched?
I love the first Speed, the classic.
That thing about Speed 2 is better. That reminds me of when you told everyone on YouTube that I thought Texas Chainsaw 4 was better than the first one. I was like on the phone texting you like, what the fuck? I never said that.
I want to hear the words nobody says out of Jamie's mouth. The Exorcist 2 is a masterpiece. Come on then, Jamie. Come on, I want to hear it come out of your mouth. There's nobody in the world that will say those words in that sequence.
I've not seen Exorcist 2.
No, you've got to say it. Then we'll capture it.
But I've seen Exorcist Believer.
Stuff that. You've got to say The Exorcist 2 is a masterpiece.
Is it?
No, you've got to say it.
Right.
Yes,
You've got to say it.
Oh, The Exorcist 2 is a masterpiece.
There you are. Now we've got some people that will now capture that, and we'll have that as a meme sometime out there. because Jamie said it, it's got to be true. There you are.
We're probably the only, people who are watching at home, and us are probably the only people who've ever heard those words put together in that order.
Those words don't go into the same sentence.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
legally not
It's an
allowed.
exclusive club.
Yeah. What about exercise believing? Exorcist believer.
I loved it.
Is it a masterpiece?
No, but I absolutely loved it.
So pretty close to a masterpiece.
I bought the steelbook of that and thought it was an okay film.
I brought the special edition, the one that comes with a steel book and then there's a little booklet with it.
Yeah, that's the one I got.
I got that because I was in CX. I had quite a few CX vouchers and it was like 30 quid and it was in really good nick. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to buy it.
Have you seen the original Exorcist, Jamie?
Yeah.
You like it?
Yeah.
Is that a masterpiece?
No.
It hasn't got Batman in it, has it?
It's true, it hasn't.
True.
You can't deny that.
Well, we've got Soy asking us, have we seen Cuckoo? I've heard good things about it, and it's the film, not the Greg Davis TV show.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've seen the TV show.
I've seen the poster for it. It stars Dan Stevens. It's supposed to be a pretty good little horror film, but I don't know too much about it. I think Josh watched it and he quite liked it. Anybody else?
Pass on me on that one. I haven't. I'm sorry. No.
No. What about you, Jamie?
I think I've heard of it. I think it rings a bell, but I don't really know much about it.
Well, you got Frank saying Alger's hogging the chat.
Bless him.
Yeah. Got Danny saying, hi, how are you? I'm good. Hey, Danny. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Okay, Marvel fans, has anyone tried the Coca-Cola Oreo Zero Sugar drink?
Jim Jam has. I don't like those sugary drinks where they actually add an extra flavor into them. Do you know what I mean? Where you have Coca-Cola and lime and Coca-Cola and strawberry and Coca-Cola and this and that and the other. Oreo, I think all that would do is make it sweeter than it already is, and it's bloody sweet.
Coca-Cola Oreo sounds disgusting.
Guaranteed it won't taste anything like Oreos.
No.
But whether or not it will taste good, I don't know.
I don't know. Does it come with the cream or the biscuits of an Oreo inside?
I don't know.
Jim Jam liked it. He turned around and said that he liked it. He turned around and said it was an all right drink, but it didn't tell me much about it. But all I know is most of the time when they do, I don't know, Coca-Cola Fizz Bomb edition or something, I've never really found them any good.
I can't drink anything that doesn't burn the roof of my mouth. Everything has to be, I like at work, I bring in these silver Monster cans and I put them in the fridge. I must look like such a kind of slob there and leave them all around the room. Yeah. So that's what I am. And I'm drinking my mango Pepsi Max, no sugar. So I drink a lot of zero sugar drinks as well.
Oh, I'm quite a fan of Adam's Ale.
Yeah, that's water. In case you don't
Okay,
get Pete's little joke.
yeah, it's pretty nice. It is. Especially
You drink a lot of water, and I can't see how you can drink that rubbish.
I don't like water if it's not cold. If it's in the fridge, been in there for quite a while, it's refreshing.
Yeah.
It is way more refreshing than a sugary drink, I think.
Yeah, but I never drink sugary drinks.
Well, even like Coke and that, even
Yeah.
sugar-free cola.
Yeah.
But those have got a high sweetener level on those.
I know,
Sometimes
yeah.
I'm
even
a bit
worse.
allergic to sweeteners.
Yeah.
But I do have a penchant for those Costa Starbucks drinks.
Costa Starbucks drinks.
The latte, creamy latte.
You like, so coffees.
No,
I think
the cold coffee drinks.
Oh yeah. The
Yeah.
frappes, yeah.
Yeah, they're quite. No, the ones that have little.
Oh, those ones, yeah, the ones you buy from Tesco and
Yeah, and also I'm now onto the smoothie train now.
Yeah, I got you into smoothies, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
So if you're in a meeting or something, then Pete, and you've got on the table fizzy water and still water, which one do you aim for? Do you go straight for the fizzy water?
Fizzy water, yuck.
Very big in Germany, apparently, fizzy water.
That's one thing that I don't show.
That always used to amuse me. Every time I'd go into a room where there's a big table, right, and it's got all the chairs, and it's going to be a big meeting, there'd always be fizzy water and still water, and the amount of people that went fizzy water, oh, I just have fizzy, all of them have fizzy water, and I'm going, but that stuff just it bubbles in your mouth. The normal water's all right. It's just that stuff. It's like drinking air.
Yeah.
It's like a horrible medicine.
It doesn't taste nice.
From what I've seen, people usually pick up the fizzy water, drink like a sip of it, and go, "Oh, that's fizzy. I want the other one."
Yeah, I remember trying it, and it was like, "Oh, it's awful."
Yeah, if you put orange squash in it, it'd be a soda stream, wouldn't it? I mean, that's all right. I mean, to actually have a soda stream where you put the water in and you fizz it up and say, "There you are, have that," without the orange bit in it. Us as kids would be going, "Come on, go eat that, drink that shit."
Well, if you put cordial in it, it wouldn't be too bad.
Cordial.
I remember I bought a cordial and I didn't know what a cordial was.
Yeah, you didn't know what an accordion was, but you bought cordial.
Yeah. Well, I bought a cordial bottle because you're supposed to put a little bit in. I just opened it up and went like that. And I was like, God, this is blooming strong. Yeah. I drank a whole bottle.
Worse than gin.
Well, yeah, it's pretty strong. It's like vodka. Yeah. It's lethal.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I drank a whole bottle.
Drinking pure tonic is bloody horrible.
Oh, I did. I did bought some ginger tonic. I thought, it's ginger. I like ginger. My mum said, it's going to taste awful. She said, nah. I said, no, I'll try it. I tried it, and I was like, oh, this is fucking awful.
Tonic, believe it or not, dries my mouth out. Tonic. Pure tonic dries my mouth out.
It's a bit like that piggy drink I had. That made me,
that Percy Pig drink.
Me and M&S aren't on speaking terms with that.
Yeah, but you are still on speaking terms.
Anyway, Jim Jam likes Coca-Cola Oreo.
Yeah,
I've never tasted it.
Blessed.
Yeah, poor Jamie.
And I've never tasted it. So I can't tell you.
We've got Coca-Cola Jaffa Cakes.
Don't like Jaffa Cakes.
I quite like a Jaffa Cake.
Yeah.
But we've got
do you remember the advert? Half Moon.
Yeah, I remember that. Those are like
Total eclipse.
We got Matt Chat saying, I will not elaborate on what a voucher is, Pete. We won't want to get kicked off YouTube. Amy called it, though. You need to be very friendly with someone for it. And no, it's not free.
Is it not? I'll have to look it up then. Oh, I'm thinking of frotting.
Ah. Wait a minute.
He ain't typing, Pete.
Oh.
Why do you always ask a question on Google? What is voucher? Yeah, okay. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Urban Dictionary.
That's going to be in your history forever.
Oh, dear.
That's us banned. 18 plus.
Yep. Oh, dear.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I'm thinking of frotting.
Oh.
Anyway.
Well, I said to my dad. I remember when I did a stream, and my dad's heard me saying voucher, and he said, "Oh,
I was
what's
going to
that?"
take I was going to take a screen grab of Jamie then and have him on the front cover of Eternal of a Spotless Mind.
My dad came in and he said like a voucher, and he said, "What's that?" I said, "It's just another word for mate." And so he called somebody at work a voucher.
Did he?
Yes.
Wow. Another one of the stories that you tell me that I do not believe.
It's true. It's true.
Okay, it's true.
You fibber, Pete.
Is this the face of?
I knew you were going to do that.
Is this the face of pure democracy?
You know, we're never going to get to the end of these chats with you two, you know.
It's like we'll go out together, and it'll be normal. And then if you've been out all day, and I'm just like meeting you in the car, you'll tell me about your day, and it'll be full of these like bizarre things that happen. Like, how come these never happen when I'm there?
Well, it's like those people that protested with cows on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Say breast is best.
Yeah.
Protested about cow's milk.
Yeah, but I was in on that, wasn't I?
Yeah.
You said, I'm going to say wow now. And then you were on the phone to someone and pretended that,
Yeah, I was just like, wow, there's a cow.
You had to warn me because I was driving. I guess because you thought I was going to swerve or something. Yeah, anyway.
Oh dear. Mac Jet says, I just got Hatchet for the Honeymoon. I've not watched it yet. Is it good? You have spoke very highly of it.
Yeah, it's it's not the best Barber film out there, but it's it's pretty.
Gary says it's pretty decent.
Yeah, a decent Barber film. Yeah,
that's good. That's good. Me, the last good comedy was Dodgeball. Since then, piss poor.
Dodgeball. Yeah.
When was Dodgeball out?
2004.
No, it's been good ones since then, I think.
So 20 years of no comedies.
Think about One Cut of the Dead. That's a pretty good comedy.
We've had that film.
I mean, I like to think of a comedy as being it was designed to be a comedy film rather than a horror with comedy elements or something like that. So that's why I wouldn't put things like Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz and all of these sort of things in it, because they're intentionally to be a crime, whatever it is, or a zombie, whatever it is, with comedy overtones in it.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm the opposite, because when they were talking about putting films in genre order, Shaun of the Dead would go family in the comedy section for me. I don't think something like Return of the Living Dead, I think I put that maybe in the horror section.
Yeah.
But what I'm actually trying to get at, Amy, is Beverly Hills Cop was specifically a comedy film. It was designed to be a comedy film. You could put it in the cop section, but it's a comedy, right? Same with Coming to America.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Back to the Future.
Blazing Saddles isn't a western, though, is it?
No, it's a comedy, and that's what I'm trying to say. So when you're saying Shaun of the Dead, is that a comedy or a horror or so close that you could put it in
scary? Is it?
No,
it's not trying to be scary. And a lot of horror films aren't scary, but they're still good. But
if I put the Cornetto trilogy, it'd be firmly in comedy.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I'm not backtracking over what I said. It's just that what I'm saying is Beverly Hills Cop is is actually a comedy, where Shaun of the Dead is a parody. And so therefore it's hard to differentiate it into it, because it could be under either, and you wouldn't be wrong. I want to know what was the last good, purposely made comedy.
Hot Shots
that couldn't be considered. There couldn't be anything other than. There couldn't be anything other than a comedy. You see what I mean? It can't be. You couldn't consider it anything other than a comedy. Do you see what I'm getting at?
through and through comedy is quite hard to think, really.
Well, regardless, anyway, Shaun of the Dead is, quite a long time ago.
But So says Champions with Woody Harrelson was pretty good. That came out a couple of years ago. That's the one with basketball, I think.
Mm.
I mean, I consider things like Kingpin. That's that's an out-and-out comedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago as well.
Yeah, but yeah, most of the Farrelly brothers films would be. Some directors are purely like Zucker Abrams. They are going to be.
Yeah.
Oh, the Naked Gun series. Yeah, I mean, for God's sake, Police Story. Yeah, Airplane. We know all
Top
that.
Secret.
Yeah,
that's brilliant.
You like Top Secret, then? Yeah, I like Top Secret. Apparently, it's getting a 4K.
Yeah.
Dead and Loving It and all of that.
Cauldron of Stardust says, hot take, I thought the original Goonies is severely overrated.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get much argument.
No.
From the crowd that we've got here today.
I just don't think it's a good movie. Danny says, please like the stream. Oh, thanks ever so much, Danny. Appreciate that, my friend. Gary says, Beetlejuice was great. I saw it last night. I thought the flashback scenes was excellent, very reminiscent of a Mario Bava film.
Be interested to know which one.
Yeah. I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed it as well. And I know one of your favourite actresses, or your favourite actress, Monica Bellucci's in it.
Ooh. Is that who's in the picture?
I think so, yes. Matt Chat says, comedy is dead, but I think raunchy comedy is going to make a comeback soon. Every studio is waiting for the first one to make money. Then they'll hop on the bandwagon. In-Betweeners is coming back. Maybe the In-Betweeners movie was the last good comedy movie.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it was okay, but like I think the In-Betweeners series was when the kind of comedy started to change, and comedy's always been more prolific on TV anyway. I don't think there's been many great like comedy movies as there are like TV series.
We did get the Nan movie, which I haven't seen, the Catherine Tate, the Nan movie.
Yeah, I can't stand all that. Absolutely.
The Nan movie, Catherine Tate.
Absolutely fabulous bloody Mrs. Brown Boys movie and all that sort of stuff. I
like that.
No, that wasn't right. Alpha Papa.
Oh, Alpha Papa, that was great.
Now I'd consider that to be a well-made comedy. That
tell you what, another great recent comedy would be Death of Stalin. That might be the last great comedy.
Yeah.
And was David Copperfield a comedy?
No, it's more historical with comedy.
That's historical, yeah.
It's not even real. It's just a book. But yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I guess it's not a comedy because
it's not out and outright comedy.
But Death of Stalin definitely is.
It is. It's a very good one.
That actually is historical.
Yeah, it is. But like, it's more
hysterical, more like.
But there's
hysterical.
Oh, Pete.
Oh, bless you.
Right.
Yeah, In-Betweeners, that'll be good if it came back. That is the British American Pie, I think.
Yeah. That'd be all middle-aged kids now.
Yeah.
And,
but I am looking forward to Blazing Saddles 4K when it comes out. I am looking forward to
I can imagine that'd be quite a good little pitch quality on that one. Matt Chat says, I think it could be the start of the risk takers. Some wetbags will piss and moan, but quickly be told, shut it. You've had your time and it didn't work. Hollywood's on its knees. It's 70s again. Yeah.
Yeah, very few people. I don't think even many people would complain. Not enough, anyway.
No, I think the proof is in the pudding.
The proof of the pudding is in the eating.
It's the box office. If the box office is good, then it'll show them. But the proof of the pudding it's like, like, it's all in the proof of the pudding. It's all in the bank of the buck.
That's true, yeah.
How many more are you going to mix up of these bloody sayings? Jesus Christ.
Everyone does that one, don't they? The proof is in the pudding. Like there's going to be a knife in a pudding.
Well, the proof is in the pudding, is in the eating.
No, as you know, yeah, exactly. You know how good the pudding is if you eat it.
The bird in the hand gathers no moss. You know, what the bloody hell are you talking about? Come on, I mean, what's...
Bird in the hand, better get some good hand wash.
That's true, yeah, that's a good one. A bird in the hand doesn't make a summer.
No. A bird in the hand is a rare sight. Normally, they fly away.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good one.
Bird in the hand gathers shit. That's what you want to know. Is that what it is?
Matt Chats can't believe you're really 35, Jamie.
Yeah, I'm 34.
Yeah, it's because you're 38, really, you bastard, you liar.
I'm 34, but obviously.
No, I didn't know that. I kind of thought he was like 30, maybe.
Is it 34 and 3/4?
Got good genes.
Technically, my
Yeah,
birthday's on the
not
7th
Levi.
of
No,
October.
we mostly went.
Technically, month.
Oh dear, we've got back chat says I'd love to see 88 part of the Lemon Popsicle films. Yeah, they are really good, and I think that would be a great pick for them to come out.
Yeah.
There's hordes of them. We've got Sai saying Goonies 2 will be a basic copy and paste of Ghostbusters Afterlife with names and locations change.
Yeah.
Kind of agree.
In other words, Hollywood has got a template that they will keep using, basically.
Yeah.
We've got
Well, they
Mr.
call it to
Valencia saying, has anybody been to the Blockbusters pub bar in Manchester? It's very cool with lots of imagery.
No,
No, never heard of it.
haven't been to Manchester since I moved away in 2005.
We've got Minhaju not keen on The Shining as well. That's going back a fair bit. We've got Mac Chats here saying I'm going to pick up a Steven Soderbergh film in CX Day called Haywire for £2. Love this film, top notch cast. Anyone seen it? I haven't, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's got like Continue Banderas, Michael Douglas, Fassbender. It's got a really good cast.
Oh, that's good. I know that one that.
Film.
I know that one.
Michael Douglas, Fassbender in it. Yeah,
Oh, I'm just going to go and get a drink. I won't be back.
No worries. I know there's a really good one with George Clooney and Jessica Alba called, I think it's Over the Edge or something. It's set in the same universe as Jackie Brown for some reason. Michael Keaton even pops up partway through. That's a great film, that is. I think you got Ving Rhames in it as well. Really good film. Got Sorry saying I'm going to watch The Shining on October 30th at my local independent cinema. And believe it or not, it'll be the first time watch for me. I know I'm 50 and never seen The Shining. Wow.
You're
Wow,
not missing much.
Well, I hope that you enjoy it. So I look forward to hearing your opinion on it. Wow. MacChat is pretty shocked as well. Steve's Gaming said, am I the only one who's utterly sick of so many modern films being either remakes or superhero films? I'm just so tired of it. There is definitely a feeling of unoriginality with Hollywood, very safeness with like trusted IPs and all that stuff. And I think you agree as well, Jamie.
Yeah, we just don't get anything original anymore. It's like everything that Disney and all that announced are like prequels, and it's like Sean Chandler did a video on there. He was saying like all the sequels they're doing, they're basically playing it safe. They're not taking risks. They're doing sequels to all the films that have been really popular, so they're not taking a risk. They're playing it safe, doing sequels that have made like $1 billion.
Yeah. Yeah, Steve was saying he's sick of like Hollywood just making remakes or superhero films, and yeah, it definitely has seemed to be a lot of it in Hollywood just lately. We got Slipknot fan here saying hello. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining. A lot of people saying hello to him.
Slipknot a good band, aren't they?
Yeah,
What's your favourite Slipknot song?
that one that everybody talks about.
Oh yeah, okay. Is it My Plague?
No, Frickin' in the Riggin'.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that one where he goes rah rah rah.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, it's in my Spotify playlist.
Their breakout hit.
Yeah, it is. Heard it on Smash Hits.
It wasn't on Magic FM.
No, I'm pretty certain it was an absolute 80s.
All right.
With Simon Mayo.
Okay.
One of his favourites, I think.
Is it? All right.
Yeah.
I know Simon Mayo likes them.
Yeah. Gary North says, the scene I always remembered from The Running Man is when Arnold is getting the injections before the show. That one in the arm looked incredibly painful.
Yeah, that's the injections to track him down, isn't it? While he's where he is,
Mm.
barium injections.
Yeah. We've got Marvel fans saying cast of In Between is in talks of making a third movie. I know they're going to do another comeback thing because the last one wasn't very good, so they're going to try and do another one. Third movie could be quite interesting now they're much older, but
I was
kind
going
of
to say it'd have to be like a class reunion role now, wouldn't it? I mean, Christ, they must be in their 30s now.
The thing is, I don't think In Betweeners movie, the third one would work because obviously now people get offended. You can't do this. You can't say this.
Well,
You
I'd
can't-
like to think that it would be made in an era once all that is over.
It would be nice to see a third movie, but I don't think it's needed, and I don't think you'd be able to get. It's like you couldn't make a Little Britain now. You couldn't make
I
it carry on.
don't think the
Film
In Between is needed to be a movie.
No, it didn't.
I don't think they'd make it anyway. In the fact that they wouldn't be able to sell it abroad, it'd be on a Netflix thing or something. That's all.
Yeah. I don't care, says Slipknot fan. I like Morbius. Well, that's good, mate. I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed it.
We haven't seen it. You've seen it.
I've seen Morbius.
Oh, right, I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Well, you know Morbius though, don't you, Amy? Because you've seen the Spider-Man You've seen the Spider-Man 90s.
Yeah.
Season 2 was that neogenic nightmare, wasn't it? Which is where Morbius's experiment turned him into a vampire, wasn't it?
Mm.
Stole Peter Parker's blood and basically tried to feed it, turn into a vampire. That's a better story than the film that they came out with.
Well, yeah, in the film it's very simple. It's very odd. You got Jared Harris in there, poor sod.
Didn't he have like a bat's face in the animated series?
Yeah.
Did they do that in the movie?
The thing they changed for the cartoon, they put suckers in his hand to drink plasma instead of sucking the blood through the teeth.
Right. But he did have weird teeth, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. That's a bit strange.
So that was Fox saying that you can't show blood.
Fair enough.
We've got Marvel fans saying Joe Thomas thinks the third movie should take place in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know about that.
Well, they've got to go bigger, haven't they?
The thing is, that's where the set Hangover.
Yeah.
They did the first one in Las Vegas, and then when they did the third one, they kind of went back, didn't they?
You know where they should go? Southend.
I think they might.
Blackpool.
Stay in the country, like showing them as older people, and then, Will's trying to get a job and be an upstanding member of society.
Well, maybe they should do it like a road trip through the UK.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, they end up at Bangor.
Yeah, exactly.
Port Merion or something.
Minhaji says, do you think in all serious Wesley Snipes is sitting up for Blade once more for the MCU Blade movie? Do you think that will happen? I don't know. I know there's rumors saying it's going to be cancelled, the Blade movie.
Yeah. Well, they have acknowledged that Blade was really the start of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and it generally is. But that doesn't mean that therefore Wesley Snipes is the godfather of all the, of all the characters that are out there, and so therefore, if you're bringing back Blade, you've got to have him in it. It'd be nice for him to be there as fan service, but as far as I'm concerned, if you're going to do a Blade because the time is right to do a Blade and it fits in, not because he's getting too old and all of this sort of stuff, trying to tie it in before he's dead or whatever. Yeah, I'm in two minds about Blade. I think it's had its day. The 3 films sort of like just work for me.
Yeah. We got Born in the 70s Gaming saying, I'm going to go get the papers. Get the papers. We got Minhaji saying, also Gambit is still alive. Ryan Reynolds posted a deleted scene that went viral. You could say, he made a name for himself.
Very good, Pete. Very good.
That's terrible.
I know. I pride myself on that.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, his accent was pretty bloody shit too.
Well, yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
That's what made it so brilliant.
Yeah, they made a reference to it, didn't they?
Yeah, I understood that reference.
Yeah.
Gary says, I like Temple of Doom. It's the funniest one. It's quite darker compared to Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Just
that little shitty kid that I get pisses me off.
Oh,
I thought everyone hated
Dog
Steven Spielberg's wife.
Yeah,
the woman in it. A lot of people hated the woman. I can't remember what she was called. She was called. Why did I?
Yeah, she was a singer, weren't she, at the beginning in a cabaret scene, and she got all tied up into the mess, didn't she? That's where she came. That's how she got into it.
Yeah,
she was annoying, but honestly, it was the kid. When I think back to it, the kid pissed me off.
You are aware that he's in Goonies, aren't you?
I think you did say that earlier.
Yeah, he is.
And did you know he's in Everything Everywhere All at Once and Loki?
Yeah, his acting now is the same as it was then.
Yeah.
I think he's still
shit.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
He's overrated, he is.
Definitely.
He's kind of quirky, but he's just playing it the same as he did years ago.
He just seems like the kid in...
Well, I'm just waiting for him to go, Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones.
Yeah.
Dr. Jones! Fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Minhaji's got a lot of love for Blade.
Yeah.
Definitely. So it says over 20 watching and 8 likes. Please show the love and like the stream.
Thank you.
Thanks ever so much, Si.
Yeah, we need more likes.
Gary says, I recommend Paul Verhoeven's film Bernadetta about some naughty nuns.
Is it?
Oh!
Wasn't that called Benedetta? Benedetta. Oh, I don't know. I'm probably wrong. Benedetta.
Oh, no, it's about naughty nuns. So on there.
Yeah, I downloaded a Naughty Nuns film, but it's like art house, so it's okay.
It's art house.
What was it?
I've seen Nuns on the Run.
No, it wasn't nude nuns with big guns either.
Bastard art house.
Yeah, I've seen that. Nude nuns with big guns. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
No, I can't remember what it's called now. It's from the 70s or the 60s. Probably the 70s.
Whoa. Si says, I'm going to the Terrifier 1 and 2 double bill at the end of September. Awesome.
I think we'd do that.
Yeah.
I'll bring out the Terrifier 3 film definitely out before the end of the year.
Yeah, I'd definitely be up watching that if we can make it. It'd be cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And Harju's doesn't like the Venom films, but he's going to see it out of curiosity. Okay.
He doesn't really love the Venom films, but he's going to go and see it out of curiosity. I'm intrigued with. All right, yeah.
Well, we've got Mac Chat.
Toxin and Lasher are sort of like symbiote kiddies, children. Yeah.
Mac Chat says, "Am I the only one who thinks the Terrifier films are meh? Not bad gore, but I think their films are disappearing up their own ass with the runtime. These should be 90-minute films. Get in, get out."
I haven't seen one Terrifier film. I've got them on order. I don't know whether what I'm getting myself into. So,
I mean, ordinarily, I would agree. Most films could be an hour and a half.
Yeah,
and definitely horror films should be.
Yeah, I actually kind of agree with you because I've got Terrifier 1 and 2 on Blu-ray because when 2 came out, there was a lot of buzz for it, and I thought I kind of wanted to watch them, and I thought the first one was okay. The first one's like an hour and 20 minutes. It was okay, and then obviously Terrifier 2, that's like over 2 hours long.
Oh, Christ.
I think Terrifier 2 is like 2 hours 20 minutes or something.
Yeah, it's about 140, 150 minutes. It is. It's
And
ridiculous.
what I watched of it, I need to finish it, but I didn't think much to it. And I kind of think Terrifier 3 is going to be extremely hyped up.
Yeah,
See,
I hope. Yeah.
No, I was only going to say that I don't mind a horror film being over an hour and a half if it's got a psychological element to it, where the character, where you've got to describe the character, and you've got to want the other characters to be, like you care for them if they die. If it's an out and out slasher where everybody's just out there to get killed and everything, then you can have it at 70 minutes, 80 minutes, 90 minutes. Couldn't give a shit.
But the thing is, Art the Clown, who's the Terrifier, he doesn't speak. So it's just going to be basically him just killing people for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. That's all it'll be.
Yeah, but all we can say is we watched it and we didn't notice the time.
No.
And I always criticise films for being too long.
So it was a good time, basically, then. It was a good time,
I think it's just... Yeah.
We were talking about it the other day, and I said to you I was a bit worried about the length of it being 2.5 hours. And we watched it, and I was like, oh, it's nearly finished. I looked at the time, I was like, it's nearly done. I was like quite surprised. And also, the runtime is 2.5 hours, just about, but a lot of it is the credits. There is.
I don't know.
Because I noticed the credits started at about just over 2 hours.
Right.
And then there was a lot of credits, and there was a couple of post-credit scenes. So
I didn't even remember that.
So maybe it's just about 2 hours and maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah, I would always be cautious if a slasher film is more than an hour and a half, or more than an hour.
It didn't feel its time. It could have cut out a few scenes, but I think for what it was all right. It didn't outstay its welcome. I'm looking forward to the third one. I hope it's in between, like 100 minutes. I think that'd be a nice time.
It's very odd. It doesn't seem like a 2-hour movie in its subject matter, even.
No,
because there's some surreal moments that
it
weren't
kind of
quite
feels a bit like two different films.
Yeah, I think that's probably why it's so long, because it's kind of got two different. It's got a bit of a split personality to it, kind of thing.
Yeah. Minhaju says, has anyone seen the Never Let Go trailer with Halle Berry? I'm intrigued about it. Looks pretty good. Trash and whole film now.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, you know what trailers are like when they show the whole bloody film in the trailer. Yeah,
but
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it myself. No.
No, I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it shown. You? Never Let Go.
No, never heard of it.
And Jamie? No. Matt Chat says, Amy, do a live stream reaction to the Minecraft trailer.
I was going to watch it, actually, just to see what it was like. But I can't do those reactions that they do when they're like, what?
The only
they've got the blocks.
They've got the blocks. They've got the blue shirt for Steve.
Yeah.
Well, Sonic did make me go like that.
You didn't react at all when Sonic was on. I had to guess that you would enjoy that trailer by how good the trailer was.
Well, I'm pretty certain I stood there just shocked and in awe.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. My reaction
too many of those, though, aren't there, around on YouTube? The ones that I really hate, and I've said this before, and I'll be very quick, is those ones that say, I'm going to listen to Elvis for the first time. And you're going, you what? You're 35, you live in America or something, right? You're saying, I'm going to listen to Elvis for the first time. And you're going, fuck you. There's no bloody way that you've gone through life and you haven't heard bloody little less conversation or something as a Levi's advert or something, right, in your life. Don't give me all that shit. Oh, I'm going to listen to a little band called the Beatles. Don't know anything about them. Oh, yeah, don't you? Yeah, fuck off. Absolutely, they annoy me.
Wow.
Something
perfect
really
segue. A Magical Mystery Tour is played in the trailer of Minecraft.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
It's Beatles, isn't it?
Right, that's why I don't know. I'm sure I'll know if I hear it, but I don't know what it is. I'm not a fan of the Beatles. It's like in they talked about Perks of a Wallflower.
Yeah.
They had a song that was like this like the young kids were surprised to hear they'd never heard it before, and it was some kind of like, who's the band who did Rhiannon? Who did that?
Rhiannon.
Was it? Anyway, it was a song that was quite obscure, but in the movie they used Heroes by David Bowie, and there's these kids who are like listening, and they're like, I've never heard this song before, wow. And you kind of don't believe it. Like, how could you not have heard Heroes by the age you're at? You know,
I've never been disturbed by them saying they haven't heard the song. It's the bloody artist that pisses me off. It's like, what do you mean you've never heard of Elvis? What do you mean Frank Sinatra? Who's he? You know what I mean? I'm going, what?
Oh, with the all picks and wallflower thing, it's a bit like in Stranger Things when they have the Thing poster up in the kid's bedroom. Like, come on.
One of my favourite Beatles tracks is "Man on a Hill," right? And a lot of people might go, "Oh yeah, I've not heard of that one." But if you say "She Loves You," yeah, everybody's fucking heard of it, haven't they?
Yeah, they'll say yeah.
You know, it's two sides of things. So songs can be a bit deceiving. I can understand the song, but you know, an artist sometimes I'm going, "Oh, come on." Never, you know, especially if it's like one of the songs of the voices of the century. You know what I mean?
We got Sai here saying, I like the Terrifier films. I get what you mean about the runtime of the sequels. It's a bit pretentious. In my opinion. I don't hate the Terrifier films. They're fine. Yeah, that's good. Sai says Ryan Gosling's best thing in Barbie. He completely steals every scene he's in. Yeah.
Wasn't hard though.
Minhaji saying he may watch Venom 3 and Sonic 3 at the cinema. Oh, you know you're going to watch them, mate.
I may, you liar. I may.
I really want to watch Nosferatu. Any thoughts on the trailer? I'm intrigued about it.
I want to see Nosferatu, yeah.
Robert Eggers is enough for me. He's a really good director.
Yeah.
Christmas Day opening as well.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Could we watch on Christmas Day? No, we couldn't. Probably not.
I don't think they're open here on Christmas Day.
Yeah, I think they are. Yeah.
Right. I'll definitely be up for that. Be better than what Doctor Who's showing.
Oh, they showing Doctor Who there.
Yeah. How Jamie is sitting is my reaction to Doctor Who Christmas special.
He does look like that endless, spotless mind. He's looking at that. All you need to do is just draw a thought bubble or something above his head.
Right. We got Matt Chats
going back. Oh, yeah.
saying, Jamie, you lost brownie points saying Man of Steel is the best Superman film and you've not watched the granddaddy of the superhero films. Tut. I thought you knew your shit.
I do. I've got them here.
It's no good having them. You got to watch them, you stupid bastard.
I'm offended now.
Bloody get them watched. Jesus Christ, man.
This was like £8 in the
I don't give a shit how much it costs. You've got it in your hands. Watch it.
So is that the crap one?
Yes.
Yeah. And I bet you he'll love it.
Yeah.
So Quest for Pete or Superman Returns?
Quest for
No,
Pete.
just watch Superman, will you? For fuck's sake.
He's seen that one.
Oh, I know he's seen that one. Right. Matt Chat says, lads, check out the Critical Drinkers channel. His points on the discourse surrounding modern day culture permeating entertainment is spot on and funny as shite. I've seen
the Critical Drinkers channel.
Yeah.
We've seen him. You're not huge.
I like Nerdrotic.
I prefer him as well.
Yeah. Critical Drinker, I don't mind. You know, I think he's a bit repetitive. I don't think his points are as intelligent as Nerdrotic stuff.
I've seen Nerdrotic. I've seen Nerdrotic.
Nerdrotic's pretty good. I first got onto him with Doctor Who and the Jodie Whittaker era. And
that's where I think I got
what I was thinking. And like obviously now with how Hollywood is, like, and The Acolyte, he made some pretty funny videos about it that were pretty truth as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, Critical Drink, I don't really think there's anything false in what he says, but it's just, I think if I find it a bit repetitive, but Nerdrotic, he does he gets right to the point and the heart of
Oh
what.
yeah. But then again, I mean, there was one point last year when I was watching Nerdrotic and I was going, "Oh, come on! You said you're not going to watch Doctor anymore. You're coming on and you're talking about it again. It's like it's almost like you're doing it now because you got to do it because that's that people will get a reaction and that's why we're having to watch you is because you really want to piss people off or tell it how it is when it isn't like that or whatever, right? That's Nerdrotic. He used to have a comic store. That's the reason why I used to watch him. He used to have a comic store. He's got a bloody load of little action figures all over his wall. But then he got in touch with this baby face bloke, and then everything sort of like turned into every episode was a sour episode. Every episode was sour. It was just got on my nerves after a while,
Yeah. I think
I do think he's an intelligent person. It's just it's just that there's only so much sour I can listen to before I go.
Some of the people he has on there aren't particularly to my taste, shall I say. He's just the perfect mix, I think.
We like Jay the Concept, don't we? Yeah. Who does his video game stuff. He's good. Who else do we watch? Asmongold. We like Asmongold. Yeah. Who else? But they're both
Jamie, Delboy.
Yeah. We obviously we're talking about the ones who are currently talking
Star
about
Wars Theory as well.
Yeah, I've always liked Star Wars Theory. These are all to do with the kind of.
But he also talks about that sort of stuff, and he's been.
But he's nice about it. And it is rubbish now. The Star Wars stuff is coming out. He's a lore expert basically, and he makes his own fan films, which are sometimes better than.
And makes his own lightsabers.
And makes his own lightsabers, yeah. Yeah.
I'll have to think about that then. The Critical Drinkers channel. All right, I'll have to remember.
I said I subbed to him. He's good, isn't he? I love his views on popular culture. It should be entertaining, not educational.
Yeah. But the Jay the Concept, he designs video game characters.
Yeah, he does.
He talks about like the way they're designed now and how.
He basically points out the bullshit in it.
Yeah.
And just says it out as.
Yeah.
Or as he says, the message.
Yeah, I think we kind of said that, didn't we? He does that silly drunk voice all the time, which I really find annoying.
It kind of feels a bit like it's
forced. Yeah, he's not drunk, obviously. People don't talk like that when they're drunk.
Frags Games say, still going good to see the extra long streams back. Gives me something to listen to while I'm wrangling the kids. Great to see you here, Frags Gaming. Thanks for joining, mate.
Did he say strangling the kids? Well, are they dead?
Wrangling the kids. We got Marvel fan saying good night, guys. Good night, Marvel fan. Thank you for joining. Minhaju, I think you have asked this before, but have we pre-ordered the hit shirt? Yeah, we both pre-ordered it.
I've not seen the original, but I have seen the remake.
I've seen the remake.
Yeah,
with Sean Bean.
It was all right, actually. It was quite brutal.
Yeah, it's all right. It's not too bad. It's not amazing, but it's a decent Saturday night on ITV.
Yeah.
Cauldron of Stardust says, I organise my CDs and albums by
Midsummer Murders of remakes.
Oh, don't get me started on Midsummer Murders. They're a masterpiece.
Yeah.
You wait till you watch Superman. You're going to have no end of new sayings to say, like bow before Zod. You'll be saying things like that instead of this masterpiece shit.
Frag says, not seen many of the Bollywood musical films, but the action films are crazy fun.
Yeah.
I've seen clips of those.
I wish I'd have seen a few more, but it's just
Bollywood
I saw enough to know what they're like.
I've heard that, yeah.
Oh,
wouldn't mind seeing that.
Yeah.
I'd love to see the wedding.
Yeah. Cauldron says, someone please clip Dal doing that 10-second Indian dance.
It's clipped.
Yeah. I've seen
That's the one. Yeah.
Lagan. I nearly said Logan.
Hmm.
It's the Indiana Jones Indian film about the cricket game between a village and a British soldier. It's based on a true story. Yeah, Kamal was talking about it, saying it's a really good film.
Yeah.
Kalki 280 98. It's not a Marvel film. I may be putting that badly, but
no, he didn't. I knew he didn't mean it was a Marvel film. He was trying to say that it was a comic book type film.
Yeah, that's good. Matt Chat's saying, speaking of Indian stuff, has anyone seen the Indian Thriller, as in Michael Jackson's Thriller? Someone YouTube that. You're welcome.
I have seen an Indian version of Michael Jackson's Thriller. Yeah, I have seen that a long time ago.
I've only seen just the normal one.
Okay.
That's good. And the other guy, Bob Selector.
Oh yeah, that's good. Avid Marion.
Can I get a rewind?
Yeah, that's Craig David though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What's his name? Lenny Henry did a Thriller parody as well, didn't he?
I think I remember that. Yeah, I think I vaguely remember that.
Hopefully it's better than
bloody awful, but they kept showing it as a comedy gold moment, but I didn't find it funny.
I don't think many people would. I mean, Lenny Henry's comedy career was
embarrassing. That was after he did Three of a Kind. He did the Lenny Henry show with he used to have all these characters. There was one that had a DJ or radio show or something. Bloody awful. All the stuff was pretty poor.
That was in the golden age of sketch comedy, I think.
Do you think that's why he was married to Dawn French to Nico material?
That's funny.
Wow, she definitely had better material. I
will where the wife is funnier than the husband.
Lenny Henry was funny on Tiswas. And then it sort of like went.
The highlight of his career is presenting the Premier Inn ads. Manhaji says, "Love you too, Delboy."
Oh, thank you. I woke up then when he said that.
So he says, "Life's too short to hold grudges. The biggest regret of my life is falling out with my dad when I was 19. We never spoke for the rest of his life. I give anything for just 5 minutes to say bye."
Yeah, and that's what I tried to get across. There's no point. I know there are things that people have done that are really bad that you can't forgive them, but you can always have the conversation. That's all I'm saying while they're alive. So if you shut the conversation off, then basically none of you win. One wants to talk about it, the other one doesn't. The person who shuts you up is the person that's got all the power.
We've got Cauldron Max saying, "Sorry to hear that." Yeah, sorry to hear that. Sorry. Minhaju says, "Good night, guys. Take care." Good night, Minhaju. Hope you have a lovely.
He's still talking later on, so I know he ain't gone.
Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, he's still. Mac Chat says, "I'd love to see another comedy like Kingpin."
Oh, wouldn't we all? What a film that was! That was so funny. I can watch that film over and over again.
Yes,
I really do think that's
that line. He says something. It's a small world when you've got incredible tits, or something like that. Something like that. I can't remember what the line is exactly.
That sounds like words to live by.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good film.
Is Manhaji says, "You have infinite likes from me, Pete and Amy, Delboy and Jamie on all your streams and channels. I would like these streams 1,000 times and more." Oh, thank you ever so much.
Thank you, sir. That is such a nice line.
Can I have
that on my gravestone?
We've got Mac Chat saying, "My birthday's on the 6th of October, Jamie."
Wow. Man's on the 7th.
Wow.
Yours is on the Sabbath. Did you say yours is on the Sabbath?
Yeah.
7th. Sorry.
Andy and Mike's birthday are also in October, and mine is as well. It's amazing how many people are born in October.
Yeah.
I want to see more gym photos from Jamie on Facebook. I've been sort of like putting them in a montage together.
Like
So I
rock.
can, so I can see your arm muscle keep getting bigger and bigger as you keep going through. It's like a flip book.
Ah,
I have got so much time on my hands. I've been doing that.
oh, thank you.
Well, one
I'll
of
show
the
you
best things about Jamie is he's always got a big smile on his face,
Yeah.
no
course he
matter
has.
what.
Mr. Ed.
Minhaji says, "What's your thoughts on Morbius having turned Blade into a vampire? Was this a later comic book issue run, Delboy?"
Ooh. Now, my history of Blade is a lot less than it is Morbius. I think he did turn him into a vampire. I think it was Midnight Suns or just after that run, Midnight Suns. But I think it was turned back very quickly.
Yeah. Minhaji's going a lot about Morbius here, so we'll probably skip all them because it's pretty much all the same. And we've got
I like Morbius.
Well, I'm glad that you like it. You definitely want to get the 4K, mate. Looks
Yeah.
amazing.
Did you know there's a French artist called Morbius? He used to draw Silver Surfer.
No.
Wow.
You know. Yeah.
That's cool. Matt Chat says Fall on the Hill is top 5 Beatles song for me.
Yeah. Fall on the Hill.
And Love You 3000. If you know, you know.
Yeah,
We know. And I think on that note, that is the final comment of tonight. And we have done 4 hours and 10 minutes.
That ain't bad.
That's great. And we've still got
just before we leave,
Yes.
mention this, and I want to know your thoughts on it. I personally think they could have done a better route, but obviously, you know, Robert Downey Jr. is back as Doctor Doom.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts? The way how I see it, I know it's not, but because of how I am, I can't unsee it. I see it as Iron Man gone bad.
No.
That's how I see it.
I see it that Marvel had a last ditch and basically turned around and said, what can we do about Kang? He's a crap character anyway, and he's not very strong. What are we going to be able to do if we can get back 2 directors that ended the Avengers films, and we can actually end the multiverse by having Tony Stark face as Doctor Doom and work that in as a multiverse type thing?
I'm not a big
Then
fan
we've got a top end character that people will want to go and see, and basically we can end this multiverse thing anyway, and therefore we've ended that Robert Downey Jr. ever coming back again anyway. So 2 birds with 1 stone, big payoff. Everybody will go and see it because you've got 2 directors that did The Matrix and basically all of those films, and turned that into a behemoth of a couple of films. And and Robert Downey Jr. goes away with a nice paycheck, and everybody's got fan service. I don't see it as this Iron Man going bad and all of that. That could be part of it. That could be part of it. But as far as I'm concerned, it's just he's the face of Doctor Doom in a different reality. And that you can do that with what if stories.
What about you, Amy?
I think that is the public perception, isn't it? That it's like Iron Man gone bad. I think that's kind of maybe what Marvel. I don't think it's what it's going to be. I think that's what kind of tantalizes people about this new casting. But obviously, in terms of the comics, I don't know that much about the story.
It's got to be a multiverse story because Doctor Doom is a disfigured face. Doctor Doom was a friend of Reed Richards from the Fantastic Four that tried to blend science with witchcraft, blew his face to bits, went off to Tibet, found a place called Latveria, designed an iron suit for himself, and used all of his money that Latveria's got by taxing them so that they were slaves.
I've got a question.
So he could battle the FF. That is Doctor Doom.
So you know the original fantastic. I don't mean the 80s, 60s, 70s one. You know the one with Chris Evans and
yeah, the two films that were made in the 2000.
Yeah. So you know in the first one when they did the first one when they were in space and they had the accident and then obviously they started to get powers. And is that how Doctor Doom was created in the comic?
In the comics is what I've just explained. He basically blew his face off. In the film, if I remember rightly, he funded Reed Richards to go into space and they got their cosmic powers. That's not true. That's not true.
In the film, they went to space, didn't they? And then something happened and they got the powers. Hey,
and in the second film, Doctor Doom tried to get the Silver Surfer's powers.
Oh, yeah, he did, yeah.
God. Now, this Doctor Doom could be Iron Man gone bad in a multiverse story. That's all I'm saying is you could still have that story somewhere in it. But the very fact that his face is Tony Stark means it's totally different to the books because his face is bloody disfigured. That's why he's got an iron mask on. Nothing to... In Iron Man's has got a mask on because he doesn't want anybody to know Tony Stark is Iron Man. Because he was supposed to be his bodyguard in the comics.
Yeah.
Iron Man is Tony Stark's bodyguard. But even in the first film, at the end, they said, "Oh, by the way, I'm Iron Man." You know, I mean, he let it. That's just so Robert Downey Jr. can have his face on camera more times than, you know. Otherwise, you've got the same problem that you've got with Spider-Man in the fact that all the actors want their face on screen and don't want to be covered by a mask because it's ego. Anyway.
I think it's an interesting move from him. I think they know it's a fan-pleasing move, and after several misses, I think that's what they need to do. Kang was a waste of time.
Yeah.
Kang was a joke. I mean, when Kang got beaten up by Ant-Man, you know for well you ain't got a really bad villain there.
Mm.
It's just like, I don't even think Jonathan Majors was that good anyway.
Mm.
From a total fan perspective, I think everybody just goes, thank God the multiverse is all just going to end. It will finish with these two films. That's it. And I hope that I hope Marvel learn that every film doesn't have to interjoin. You tie yourself down and you basically then restrict what you can do. We like a story that's set in a world where they all interjoin, but you don't have to have all the stories interjoin. For fuck's sake. It just ties you down. It puts your hands behind the back. You might as well be writing with one hand like that. All the time.
Because like Guardians, it had like a link to it, didn't it? And it was kind of the first one to introduce the Infinity Stones.
Yeah.
Or but to kind of make them a big deal. But like the connection was quite tenuous, really. It was its own thing overall.
Yeah, you could watch those earlier Marvel films out of context and this still be fun.
Spider-Man Homecoming didn't really link with the rest
and
of it.
Far From Home was kind of like a epilogue to Endgame, but still enjoyable on its own.
That's probably Sony, isn't it?
Well, we've got Matt Chats here saying Sean Bean was okay in The Hitcher, like his sister.
He was okay. He was okay as Sharp as well. But that doesn't mean nothing.
Yeah,
you did know that.
I understood that reference.
Good. Okay. That's good.
Yeah. He's still on about Doctor Doom in there. Sai says, I think Doctor Doom will be an evil variant of Tony Stark because he was introduced in Hall H as Doctor Doom, not Victor Von Doom.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Matt Chat continues to say the whole Downey as Doom thing is awful. It reeks of desperation, and the cost of getting him is ridiculous.
Yeah.
He'll get his money back. They'll get their money back.
Yeah, I think he will.
Yeah.
I think it'll be another 1.4 billion bloody film.
Yeah. But hopefully this desperation will mean that they're actually trying to get it to be good again, or at least better quality. And they are getting the right people involved, and it looks like they've got a better plan now than what they
It's a
did.
better direction than Kang.
Yeah.
Kang was a terrible character in the Avengers.
Mm.
Terrible character. It's just a future version of a evil mechanical sort of like maniacal a dictator that basically goes back in time to try and kill the Avengers because in the future there's no weapons. So he thinks to himself, I think I'll go back in time and I'll alter time so that basically I can be I could be an evil bastard in this universe as well as any other universe. That's all Kang was.
The thing
Oh,
is,
shit.
the thing is in the MCU in films, Kang's first appearance in the MCU was in the Loki series. He appeared at the very end of Loki.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but that was probably the tie-in.
But when he appeared, I thought, "Oh God, who's it going to be? Who's going to appear?" And when he appeared, I was like, "Who the fuck is he?"
And also introducing him in a TV series was a bit.
Yeah, I had no idea who he was.
That was Marvel though, just trying to tie absolutely everything together. You had to watch Disney Plus, then you had to go to the pictures, then you needed to watch another Disney Plus show.
Yeah,
blah blah blah. That was just typical of the mess that Disney and Marvel got themselves into, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Right.
Pardon?
Are we done?
I take it you're bored, Jamie. You want it to end?
No, I'm just tired. I'm trying to stay awake. I get
the final comment of tonight is Mac Chat saying, "Yeah, a lot of October birthdays. We're all Christmas babies. If you know, you know. Yeah, ending New Year,
New Year's probably.
Yeah, ending the year with a bang. Oops.
Oh dear. Yeah.
And on that bombshell, good night."
Salute.
Sai says, night, gang. Night, everybody. Night, Sai. And thanks ever so much to everybody joining tonight. 13 people watching and people watched previously throughout the night. Everybody who's going to watch after the fact and everybody who left a comment and all that. Thank you ever so much for supporting the streams. They've been a lot of fun. I'd like to thank Amy for joining.
Thank you.
Yay!
I'd like to thank Delboy for joining.
Yay!
And I'd like to thank Jamie for joining as well. He's very happy. I think he's happy because he can now go to bed.
Yeah.
Oh, one more thing. Everybody's links in the description down below.
It's behind you.
Everybody's links in the description down below. So be sure to subscribe to everybody if you haven't already. And we'll see you all next week for another Saturday night live stream. Will it be at 8? Will it be at 9?
We don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah.
But we'll let you know.
We'll let you know.
Thank you,
Well,
Bets.
take care, everyone. Bye.
Bye.